Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys. And happy Balloon Day anniversary.
Hey.
35 years since Balloon
I
Fest.
thought that was Monday.
I thought maybe it was Monday. I don't know.
I think
I saw
it's-
an article today.
Yeah, it's this coming Monday.
Okay.
But yeah, 35 years.
Well, I jumped the gun on my T-shirt. I should have read the actual article.
He didn't even read the article.
Mr. goes off the headlines over here.
Yeah, that's right.
Joe Clickbait. He's, it's September the 27th, I believe.
Oh.
Which I think is Monday. When they, threw all the balloons in the air.
Yeah, they tried to set a world record for the most balloons released.
Sure.
And
a couple of dudes died.
A couple dudes died. It was a huge environmental disaster. Not great. Not great.
I bet you can easily say this. I bet it's the only balloon event where somebody died that didn't
Hot air
involve
balloons?
no, that didn't involve hot air. But these weren't hot air balloons.
Just balloons.
These were cold air balloons. They were all. I mean, this is the only handheld balloon event that resulted in a couple of deaths.
It. The movie It. That's a handheld balloon event.
That is a handheld balloon. You got me. Should have watched the whole movie. Hey, Mary Santora's right over there.
Hi, guys. No babies.
If I didn't introduce you. And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
There you go. The new Poundcake podcast, by the way, is up at AlanCoxShow.com. What's the new one called?
The Price of Fame.
Price of Fame.
And actually, I think you might take an interest in it because it stars one of your BFFs.
Jeanette McCurdy.
Yeah, she's mentioned in it because she did a documentary about how growing up in the spotlight and how she didn't want to do it, and then her mom died, and now she's finding herself, later in life, and
she's liberated from performing.
She relates to all these kids out here, these adult kids who didn't really have a childhood, and now they're dealing with like mental issues.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I listened to some of it, Jeanette McCurdy mentioned in there. And again, I haven't talked to her in a long time because I think, in retrospect, that our friendship was probably just predicated on
transaction,
her being in the hallway. So, after that, I don't know that anything came of that. And, we were showbiz friends. And if you don't want to be in showbiz anymore, you're not keeping my friend. Listen, show people got to be with show people, all right?
You don't get the friend.
I got no time for people walking around. I read an amazing thought earlier today. And I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. And it was just a little pithy thing that somebody thought of, but I never thought of it, so it was new to me, but I enjoyed it a great deal. And that thought was, you never stop clapping. It's just the length in between claps. Sometimes it's very, very long, but technically, throughout your entire life, we never stop clapping. And if you think of that in a positive way, it's nice. It means that we're always providing applause for something. We're always clapping.
Until you do stop clapping.
Your final clap.
Yeah, final clap.
Well, sure, yeah, but then everything stops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Everything stops. Over the course of your life,
but that means
you never stop clapping.
But by that definition, that's like saying I never stop running. Now, there are times in between where I'm not running.
For years.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
but
you never stop
I've
running.
never stopped running.
That's right. The Doobie Brothers said it. It keeps you running. Yeah, you never, ever stop running. You never really stop doing anything.
You stop pooping?
And that should, no. Well, yeah. I mean, that has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
But so does applause.
No, because it's just your hands coming together. And so, a poop is a physical... there's a physical result from a poop. When you leave,
There's a sound.
Yeah,
there's a sound, but the sound is a result of the clap.
Well, the physical result is the hands coming together. That's
right.
the result.
And so sometimes that can be long. It can be months. It can be years. But you never really stop clapping. You know what? If it makes you feel better, you could say you also never stop pooping.
Or sleeping.
Well, you do. Literally, you'll wake up and then the clapping is an interval motion. So I think the point of the whole,
So is sleeping.
Well,
You're doing it in intervals.
I guess you do. Yeah.
I'm glad this quote worked for you.
It did work for me.
It's not working for me that way.
It did work for me.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
It's not working that way for me.
Yeah.
It just makes me think about all the things that I've never stopped doing that I have stopped doing.
Yeah.
Drinking?
As somebody suggested on Monday, in remembrance of the 35th anniversary of Cleveland Balloon Fest, that everyone in Northeast Ohio should release a balloon in remembrance. And I think that would be a great, again, I don't know what kind of weather it's supposed to be, but boy, what better way?
Probably cold.
Probably cold. Yeah, it's going to be like 50-something today.
It's freezing.
Freezing?
I wore my winter coat. I got on my thermal socks.
55 degrees right now. That's pretty
Whoosh.
chilly. Yeah, that's pretty chilly.
I haven't turned on my heat yet.
I slept with AC on last night.
What?
I didn't realize it was supposed to be that cold out.
Were you freezing when you woke up?
Well, I slept with like layers. I love layers of blankets, so I was fine.
This dummy also didn't wear a jacket today, and he's like, I'm cold.
Yeah.
Nipples can cut glass.
I
yeah.
wore my winter coat today.
Yeah, I just wore a denim jacket, but I mean, you didn't check the weather before you left?
I did not. I got done pooping and I was like, "Ooh, I'm about to be late to work." And then I had to get dressed, and then I apparently put on the wrong outfit because I went outside. I was like, "Ooh, this is cold." I'm like, "Be late to work or change?" And I'm like, "Nah."
Oh, you were going to be that late where going in and grabbing a jacket would have made you late.
Yeah, because
that would take like seconds.
I was allotting time for traffic, and I took a really long poop. Like it was like 15 to 20 minutes, and I'm like, all right, it put me.
Yeah,
behind.
your time management with respect to the pooping. Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No one needs to sit there and do that. Your legs go numb. It's probably bad for your guts.
I feel like it takes 30 seconds to run into your house and grab a jacket.
That's what I said. I mean, he must have really been worried about being late.
I don't think he was worried about late. Tell him the real reason you didn't go get a jacket.
Laziness.
In his defense, I've been there. So that there's 3 flights of stairs. I've been on like the first flight landing and been like, man, I forgot a hoodie today. And I'll just keep walking. I could walk up 6 stairs and I'm like, the door's already locked. There's nothing I can do.
Wow, that's a great opportunity to just bound up the steps, right?
No.
Get a little cardio.
Or like
Wow.
I'll forget something inside and I'll just be like, man, it's gone. It's just gone. That's all there is to it. A water bottle or something like that. I'm like, I could take 4 seconds.
That's fine.
And go get a water bottle. But I'm not gonna do it.
I don't mind him being lazy. He should be honest about the laziness and not be like, oh, I don't want to be late for work. You don't care about being late for work.
I do care about being late for work.
Not that much. Not if you. But what really you just didn't want to go back upstairs.
Yeah, because I live on the upper level and I park on the street, so I'm like, am I really like? Yes, it would take maybe a minute, but I'm like, it's my own fault. I should have checked the weather. So I'm like, you're
punishing yourself.
You reap what you sow. Walk out the house and go to work. I'm like, you're not about to be late because you didn't check.
Huh.
And still sleeping with the AC on.
Yeah, well, it's getting chilly. I mean, again, this weekend it'll be warmer, but chilly today. Jacket weather. We got all those jackets. Love jacket weather.
Got a lot of jackets?
Love it,
hells yes. Love
Me
it.
too.
Love
I have
jacket
like
weather.
2 jackets. I have 3 jackets.
All my cool jackets.
Get more.
I put one on last night.
She doesn't need more. She's not going to go back and get any of them.
Right. I put one on last night, but I had already had like a sweater underneath of it, and then it was too tight, and it was like a cute little fashion jacket. But I was like, this isn't worth it. You know, I'm all uncomfortable because it's like the sweater and then the jacket and then the t-shirt. It's just too
It was a whole thing. It was an ensemble.
Right.
That you didn't want to mess up.
No, so I just was like, you know what? Winter coat.
Winter coat. I put on that big, long Christmas tree puffer
I do.
coat.
It comes down past my knees.
Got earmuffs on. I went overboard. It's easier to take layers off and put them on.
Right?
But you didn't even check the weather, Poundcake.
No.
Yeah.
I just assume it's still. I'm like, it's still somewhat summer, right?
No. We're
fall.
literally into fall.
Gross.
I don't think it's meteorological fall, but it's calendar fall.
I don't like it.
Yeah, well, now you know.
I love it.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, do that. 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan.
007 35192 if you want to shoot me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Game 1 of the doubleheader today, Indians and White Sox at Progressive Field. 7-1 White Sox in the bottom of the third. Some hot bats.
Hot bats!
The second of those two games after we get out of here, we'll get out of here a couple minutes early to make room for that second game. But right now it's 7-1 Chicago. The Indians have set Monday for the very last home game of the Indians.
It's the most Cleveland thing to happen. I'm sorry. It's just
You
funny.
can't control the weather.
No.
You cannot control the weather. They got rained out last night.
A dome up for the Guardians. Really freak people out, really piss them off.
Yeah. So they got rained out last night against the Royals, and so they will play them on Monday. And then they'll go right to Kansas City to play the Royals there. So, boy, I'll tell you what. I certainly hope that a lot of guys on the Cleveland Indians and a lot of guys on the Kansas City Royals are pals because they'll be spending a lot of time with each other. I hope that they all get along. You know, you walk up to a guy, and give him a noogie, rub him on the head. Hey, George Brett.
A lot of noogies happening these
You don't think
days.
so? A lot of
No.
noogies? Is that not the preferred nomenclature?
I mean, I don't know another term for it, but I'm just saying I don't think you're seeing a lot of those.
Oh, you're not. Because of the hats. I gotcha. Because of the hats.
You get it.
The caps. I understand. So, so Indians are right now playing.
Baseball.
Playing some baseball. That's right.
I saw a team name for, I think it's, I don't know if it's like soccer or cricket.
Yeah.
But it's the Mumbai Indians.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, they are Indians.
Right.
They're not going to switch it to the Guardians.
So
they're literally Indians.
But I was just curious, would people have been okay if we switched it to Indians?
Well, if everyone on the team was from India, they probably would have. If every guy was named Rapesh, they might have probably not had an issue with it. But the issue was with Chief Wahoo and the fact that that's not an Indian. And we didn't have any actual Indian players, as I understand it. I'm, of course, oversimplifying the issue there. But, if you're a team in Mumbai, you are literally Indians.
What can we do? There's plenty of Indian Americans.
There are. Do any of them play
Indians,
baseball?
I'm sure there's some.
You think so?
But, I mean, couldn't you just honor them and say, hey, this is how we're going to honor you guys?
A lot of people honor.
We were named the Cleveland Indians. It was after Native Americans.
Yeah.
But now we want to right the ship, and so we're going to change the meaning to mean what Indians really are, which is the Indians from India in Asia.
More chai lattes.
So entirely skip over the people who were here, honor people who never lived here.
Or who do now.
Who do now, right. I'd be hard-pressed
want to.
I'd be hard-pressed to think of a single, and I'm sure there is, because there's a lot of people in Major League Baseball, but no one springs to mind who is an Indian American in Major League Baseball. There's got to be somebody.
I think most of them play cricket, because that's the most similar game for them.
Yeah. We have Indian neighbors a couple doors down, and they play cricket. And
cricket's a wild game.
It's a wild game, yeah, but you can play in the driveway, and we're out there, and it's fun. Learn a couple of things.
So many. It's like 4 days or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Oh, it looks great.
So yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, by the way, in the text in the break, pointing out to me that Alan, remember, once Poundcake does the sports break on Wednesday, he's shot for the remainder of the week.
Oh, that's right.
By his own admission. So that's why.
He's exhausted.
He's exhausted. That's why he took the 20-minute poop. That's why he didn't want to turn back around and get a jacket this morning, despite it being measurably chillier.
There are some days you don't. Well, I guess you aren't a lazy person. You don't have any lazy tendencies, really.
Well, that's not true. It's not that I have lazy tendencies. I just don't. I don't.
Try to explain your way out of this one,
no,
busybody.
I don't have. I'm not comfortable with free time. But also, what we're talking about is just time management in the morning. I got to get a kid to kindergarten. I got to get to work. I got to have backpacks in the car. I got to have masks ready. I got to have, all that kind of stuff. So I'm telling her to get a jacket. I'm getting my jacket, the whole thing. So maybe if we put him in some kind of Big Brother program. Maybe if he had another person.
You'll be his Big Brother?
Not me.
Yeah.
No, we get him a kid. We loan out a kid to him.
AC Cody catcher.
And we'll tell him, you can watch him and whip him. How about that? So we're speaking his language. There might be something there. Would you be open to being the elder in a Big Brother program, Poundcake?
No.
Anything like that? Nothing like that?
Not at all.
Okay, let me ask him again.
No.
Okay, well then, forget that idea.
I have lazy moments like that. Like I said, Laura, you just don't feel like it. We're like, I'm not going to do it.
Well, I think
Don't feel like what, though?
Going back inside.
Oh, just going back inside.
You're like,
you
I'm
don't feel like
already
going
in the
back
car.
inside.
I think the thing I'm most notorious for, and I know you said this before because you co-signed last time I said it, is getting gas. I am notorious for not getting gas when I'm supposed to. Knowing that I'm close to, like, I can see my little meter. I know when it's getting close to E, but I'm like, I just want to see how far I can push it. For no particular reason. It's not like I don't have money. It's not like I'm not near a gas station. I just don't feel like getting gas. And there have been times where I'll make it home, and I'm like, see, I knew I could make it. And then I'm like, okay, but got to get up earlier in the morning tomorrow to go to the gas station and get gas. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll make sure I set my alarm earlier. I do, but I hit snooze. And then I'm going to work the next morning. I'm like, I'm late for work and I need gas. And I'm like,
why don't you get gas on the way home from work?
This is the whole point of me telling the story is that I don't know why.
These are some real first world problems.
I understand it. There's no particular reason why. It's just like I
don't feel like it.
And I'm like, I can probably make it home. I just got to get it tomorrow. Maybe I'll feel better tomorrow morning. And I don't feel better tomorrow morning.
But it's not like but you don't have anything pressing to do when you get home.
I'm just exhausted.
No, it's just he has nothing to do, and that seems better than getting gas.
Yeah.
I've been there too. I've been better about the gas
I haven't
thing.
done it recently, but
There was
So you think to yourself, I'm not going to carve out 5 minutes. Instead of going home and having 5 hours of doing nothing, I would have 4 hours and 55 minutes of doing nothing. I will.
He'll probably just have 5 minutes later. So
No, I'm with him. I've done this so many times where you're just like,
but there's no particular reason why.
Because you're just like, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like stopping. I want to go home. And then you're like, all right, I will wake up early in the morning, and then I'll do the thing where I'll like dick around before work, and then I'm like, man, now I don't have time to go get. Now I really will be late if I go get gas. So then you're pushing it, and I have the little. Your car's older, where it has like 8 miles till empty or whatever.
I don't
and you're
have
like,
that.
okay, I can make it 2 more exits, and then I have to get off this highway to get gas. But I've done that before too, where you just don't feel like it.
And it's always the worst because like
But
whenever
then you find yourself invariably going out of your way rather than a place you would normally go on the way home.
Yeah.
You go, oh no, I've got 4 miles. Now I've got to find an exit. And that just carves out, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't around here.
I like to get gas before my light even comes on.
Yeah.
Just so.
No, well, yeah, obviously that's ideal. I don't
That's
normally.
just how I do it because I don't want to be burdened with it at another time. So if I'm around like 50 miles left in my tank, I go, let's get some gas.
But you're talking to a guy who only feel like if I have say if I have $100, I will put $10 in my tank for no particular reason. It's
Bad
not
for your
like
car, though. Bad for your car to be driving around with 5 miles, 8 miles left in your.
No, I don't do that. But I'm saying I fill it up to a half tank.
But even that's bad for your car.
Well, it is what
Just
it is.
fill your tank up.
I've never. I don't think since I've had that car, it's been maybe full twice.
But you realize you can change these things, right?
Yeah.
Like you've made these rules for yourself and they don't make any sense.
Not at all.
So,
I've just always put $10 in my tank.
So stop that.
No matter how high the gas prices are, no matter how many gallons it gets me, I'm like, I have $10. This $10 goes in my tank. And that's whatever it gets me for $10.
You also get better gas mileage if you fill the tank all the way up.
Wow. Didn't know these things. Okay.
Are you going to change anything about the way you do things?
Until you know it. Yeah, I totally am. now that I have like inside information,
So much knowledge.
now that that's that I don't care? Now that that's disclosed to me, I can change my ways and make my life so much easier.
He's an anti-gasser right
there. He really is. Alan, if the pump even says "see cashier," I will drive to another gas station.
No, okay, that's extreme.
Is it?
I'm not going to drive to another gas station.
At least they're at the gas station. Yeah, but I don't want to see the cashier. That's why they put in the things.
I get pissed when you're like, sorry, cash or sorry, debit card system not working.
Or when the red bag is over the handle, I'm like, right.
And I have to drive, and it's always like on the wrong side.
The wrong side.
Because I'm like, okay, this one over here is open, but damn, my tank's out on that side, so I gotta wait.
Do you like the weird pull up, pull back maneuvering thing?
There's always this mom giving me dirty looks like, I'm not about to rush for you. I'm like, lady, I'm not trying to rush you. Let me listen
Are
to
you
my...
sure that's why she's giving you dirty looks? Maybe she just doesn't like the look of your Mercury Mulan.
No, she was making faces at me while I was listening to Mariah Carey. Like, it's just, there's a number of things. I just like to stick to myself and do my own thing.
Huh.
Leave me alone.
All right. Well, you read precisely why I don't want to go in and see the cashier.
Some
want to pay at
things
the
you
pump.
just don't want to do.
Come on.
I don't feel like it.
Hey, Drunk Sue.
Yeah, baby. How's it going?
Hey, how are you? How you been?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Back's healing up real nice.
Oh, good. Did you have surgery?
No. Got out of it, man.
You got out of back surgery, like jury duty? I thought that was something
Yeah,
that you'd
kinda
want
like
to
that.
do.
No, they put me in this brace and stuff, and it worked.
Okay, good. Well, then you were able to avoid something a lot more invasive.
I had to do what?
So it's a testament to how tough Drunk Sue is, I think, is what we can glean from this. Yeah. No, I never had a doubt.
Back is going to take me down.
Never had a doubt. Ain't nothing going to break my spine.
About that, I heard, didn't you all get some awards?
Did we get awards? We didn't get iHeart Awards, no. Nope.
Something about Mary Santora, that best comedian. And
Yeah.
Second place.
Lisa's here.
Second, yep. Cleveland Scene does a Best of Cleveland thing where people can vote in a variety of categories, yes. And
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
we all got our little day in the sun, yep.
Yeah,
I wrote in Drunk Sue for
third.
I wrote in Drunk Sue for fan favorite Alan Cox Show caller.
For a reference, yeah, I didn't get my award.
Well, you weren't chosen. I don't know what to tell you, but
know,
I
that's
did my
so
diligence. Yeah, sorry, Sue.
Hey, can I give a shout out to Lisa because her birthday is tomorrow?
Only if
Sure.
No, you can only do it on the day of the birthday.
Oh, come on. Happy birthday, Lisa.
Who's Lisa again?
Dumping it.
My best friend in the whole wide world.
Oh, okay. And
Other than Bob.
and do you and are you at liberty to tell us how old she'll be?
57.
Oh, look at that. All right. Well, happy birthday to her. And
Me and her are both 6 months apart.
yeah. Okay. Well, listen. I hope that you continue to get better, Sue. Okay.
You betcha, baby.
All right. Thank you, Sue. Hey, let me ask you before I let you go. Throughout your convalescence, does that mean that you've had to cut back on the drinking?
No. That just means I can just lay on a couch or sit in a chair.
Wow. Okay. Like Poundcake doing a podcast.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that. You know, just like lean up and slur and eat some Cheetos or something.
Slur
like that,
and eat
you know,
some
just sit down on
Cheetos.
my
Okay.
face.
So arguably this is one of the best things that's ever happened to you.
No.
Nah.
I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't go that far.
She's just making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, right. She's like, I could do.
kinda
She's like, I could do all the things I just described without a broken back. So, right. Okay. Well, look, don't be a stranger. Okay, Sue.
You know it, baby.
All right. Thank you.
I love you.
Love you too. Drunk Sue, who is shoes any kind of screws or pins in her vertebra. Laying her on the couch. Her quest for the fifth loco continues. Unabated. Alan moved to Oregon. It's illegal to pump your gas, just like Jersey too. You go to Jersey,
Yeah,
and
it's
you
annoying.
you reflexively get out of your car, ding ding, and you're like, what? It takes you a second to figure out what's going on. Yeah. Thanks, Obama.
And you can't
illegal to pump my own gas, damn nanny state.
Yeah, that was the first time I saw that when I was in Oregon. Like, it looks like a turnpike plaza, and they just have a little area where they sit and they come out and pump your gas. I was like, what is going on here? And you tip them.
See, I didn't know that happened to me in Jersey. When I was in New York a couple summers ago, I was driving down to Philadelphia, and I pulled off in Jersey to get gas. And this man comes up, and I'm like, oh my God, like, no, don't wash my windows. I don't need anything from you. You know what I mean? Like, I was annoyed at his presence.
Thought he was homeless.
Yeah, I did. I really did. And he's like, regular gas? I'm like, I got it. And he was like, you're not from here. I was like, no. And he goes, it's illegal to pump your gas in New Jersey.
You gotta, yeah.
And I was like, no, it isn't. Like, you're messing with me.
You had never heard that before?
I had never heard
Really?
that. I've never been to New Jersey. And he was like, no, seriously, it's a state law. Like, you can't, it's illegal. You cannot do it. And I was like, well, then I guess go ahead. And then as soon as he like walked back to my pump, I like pulled up Google and I was like, is it illegal? You know what I mean?
You thought he was lying to you.
I thought he was lying.
Why is he wiping down my windshield with a copy of this morning's Ledger then? How about that? No, the trouble with tipping is that by the time you take the whole goddamn Pennsylvania Turnpike and then into Jersey, you don't have any money left to tip.
Yeah, right.
Well,
you bled dry with the toll booths.
How do you do? See, I don't remember how my friend did it, but if you're paying with a card, then what? They just add like a service fee on top of the gas? Like, how do you pay them?
I don't know. I think I paid in cash because I don't remember running into that problem.
I just avoid those states.
Just drive through the entire
literally,
state.
like when I would drive into New York, I would stop in Pennsylvania because I knew that I wanted to have a full tank of gas in New York and not have to worry about stopping in New Jersey because it's so annoying.
So it's just a cheap way for them to create jobs in their state. That's essentially why they make a law like that.
I don't know if people are clamoring for 1950s gas jockey jobs, but those
it's
are there.
a job.
Yeah, it is a job. That's true. I was reading about your car knows way too much about you because modern cars collect a lot of data on drivers. You know, I mean, forget Teslas. That whole thing is wired to know what you're doing. But a lot of modern cars, you know, if your car knows where you're going or how long you were there. I don't want my car knowing that much about me. I like to keep my relationship with my car strictly professional.
Then you should switch cars with Poundcake.
His car doesn't know anything.
All right.
All it knows is it's thirsty for some gas.
That's right. Hey, I need a thirsty. Galaga.
My car gets down to business.
Yeah. How much life you think you've got left in that Mercury Mulan?
I don't know. Guess we will see.
How many miles are on it?
Like 100,000.
Oh, that's like nothing.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
You have plenty of time.
As long as you keep like regularly scheduled maintenance.
Do you
can
get
probably
oil
drive that for a
changes and
while.
stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a 06. And that's the thing. That was the whole reason why I got it. Because I'm like, all right, I bought it cash. I don't have any payments on it. And my insurance is really, really low. And it was just a matter of my newer car. The car that I had before, the Caliber, was an 09. And I had problems out the ass with that car. Like, I was constantly putting it in the shop. There was something wrong with it. Something was faulty, whatever. And then this car, I mean, I expected it to be a lot more maintenance, and it wasn't. And so I don't know how much life I have in it, but I'm going to ride it until the brakes fall off, essentially.
Until the brakes fall off. Boy, you don't want those brakes falling off.
Brakes are one thing that cannot be replaced on a car.
That's true,
It's
too.
impossible.
Impossible to do that.
So when they fall off, it's really, it's over.
Yep.
Okay, would the wheels fall off?
We are...
Wheels you can't replace either. Guys, I'm on the shoulder of the road just sitting on my axles.
All four of us own our cars. None of us have payments.
Mm-hmm.
That's neat.
Correct.
It's changed my life.
But mine's the oldest and probably the cheapest.
Also correct.
Yes.
Yes, also
Yes.
true.
Yeah, you can have that.
Yeah. I've got a break. You want to get a text for anything? 35192 to do that. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
45192. Want to send me a text? You can watch. Hit us up otherwise at AlanCoxShow.com. Thanks to Walt Hambalamps for helping out in the video. Hambalamps.
Yes.
On the video end earlier today. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, I'm hearing from all of our bureau chiefs in Jersey and Oregon that you're not supposed to tip the gas jockeys. Wherever you listen on iHeart, tell me where you do that. Kayla listens in Duxbury, Vermont. James is in Ocala, Florida. Chris is a brand new listener in Indianapolis. Friend of mine just got... he's been running a group of radio stations outside Boston for many years, and he just got a gig running a couple in Indianapolis. So he's going to Indy. Kelly listens in Milwaukee.
You love Indianapolis, if I recall.
It's one of my favorite American cities.
Mm-hmm.
You are not incorrect about that. Oh, the nightlife and the dining and
the foliage.
The foliage. The foliage.
No, the foliage.
The foliage. That's what Marge says. I've got Terry the Goat's week 3 picks that I'm going to lay on you as well. Week 1, she gave us 10 games. Week 2, she gave us 11 games. You want to guess how many games she gave us for week 3?
9.
12.
Wow.
Yeah.
Trying to make up.
Yep. She did not pick the Monday night football game. She picked Thursday night, and she picked the Browns game. It doesn't always happen. Week 1, she went 5-5. Last week, she went 3-8. So things can only get better. There are 18 weeks in this year's season, by the way. So she's got plenty of football still to call. So I'll have Terry the Goat's picks for us shortly. And if you join me for the Cox Out pregame, which we do before all the home games downtown Sunday mornings at the Ivy, you can vote on whether or not you think Terry is going to be correct or incorrect on her pick for that week's Cleveland Browns.
What's the cover charge for that?
There is no cover charge, Bill. It's absolutely free. It won't cost you.
Kidding me?
It's a bargain at twice the price. It won't cost you one thin gilder to walk in there, and you come hang with us and the Bud Light girls, and it's great.
Will it cost me a thick gilder?
I don't know. I do know that there's no cover charge. It's just,
what is a gilder?
It's just fun to be had in every direction.
Is there a you in that word?
It'll be a lot of fun. So if you think you know better than Terry the Goat, it is your opportunity to put your no money where your mouth is, because it doesn't cost you anything to get in. So you just walk right in. Hey, the Indians are currently playing the first of a doubleheader against the White Sox, top of the 5th. It's 7-2. They scored again. Those Cleveland Indians, boy, you cannot stop them from scoring. You just can't stop them. Any team that plays them, they go, we're going to keep these guys from scoring. Can't do it. So 7-2 right now on the top of the 5th. As it's a doubleheader, they will only play 7 innings. But very, very exciting. A Senate candidate on the Republican side said he offered $1 billion for the Cleveland Indians in a bid to prevent them changing their name. He said, hey, I'll give you guys $1 billion if you don't change your name. Bernie Moreno. Remember Bernie Moreno?
Oh, yeah.
Guy that owned a bunch of car dealerships or whatever? He's running for Senate or something. And he said that he offered the Dolan family $1 billion, but was turned down. See, that's one of those things you just throw out there for PR. So you can go, yeah, all those dopes that we're all worried about Chief Wahoo going away. I shouldn't say dopes. You're 80. Life changes, right? That can be difficult for some people to get their heads around. I understand that. But there's simply no way that I believe this guy had $1 billion ready to go to the Dolan family under the condition that they don't change the name.
It's a lot of money.
Is it?
$1 billion with a B?
With a B?
For a baseball team, though?
B for baseball?
For one guy to have?
There's a B in baseball, and there's a B. There's 2 B's in baseball, and there's 1 B in billion. That's 3 B's.
3
Nothing
B's.
gets by him.
The Better Business Bureau. Now, are they connected? I don't know. Get yourself some push pins and some yarn, and you figure it out. Listen, That's just downtown Cleveland. We've got bigger issues out here in our neck of the woods in Independence, Ohio, because they're dealing with a chicken issue out here.
Oh, no.
I don't know how closely you guys keep your ears to the ground with what's going on locally, but since we work in Independence, Ohio, and the town, there's a lot of civic pride here, I like to keep my ear to the ground with what's happening locally. If we're going to be part-time citizens of the community, I like them to know that we're paying attention to what's happening. And for a long time, the city of Independence just didn't have any rules about chickens. Yeah, however many you want, and let them run around. It's like living in Ohio City, just on a little bit of a bigger scale. They had no regulations at all regarding people who wanted to keep chickens. And Independence is not a very large community, but they, where people have chickens, other people have problems with the noises that chickens make. And so they had to create some chicken regulations out here in Independence, and that doesn't make everybody happy.
Coop rules.
You got to have a whole lot more acreage. You got to have a whole big lawn. People who want to keep birds will have to live on much bigger lots, and they'll only allow hens. And you have to construct proper enclosures, so no more free-range chickens, no more free ride, and no more free range for people out this way who have chickens. And you can only have a maximum of 6 chickens per household. Now, granted, this is an esoteric problem. There probably aren't a lot of people who can identify with having chickens. Then again...
Or too many.
Or too many, or too few. But the people who do have them, this... it could be part of their livelihood. I don't know.
I'm excited for the protests that are going to happen because they're getting their chicken freedom restricted.
Yes. The protein protests.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to it as well. City Council voted 5-2 in favor of the ordinance. One of the councilmen out here, however, said that this is just another example of government overreach.
Mm-hmm.
When they're reaching into your chicken coops and telling you how many wild, filthy animals you can have in a community of other people.
But I saw a different report that said there was no sign of foul play.
I didn't see that report. I will take your word for it. I haven't poured over the minutes from the city council meeting. Yeah. But a very exciting prospect there for the people who want to have all these.
That was so clucking stupid.
We did it. I like this guy's quote, though, who was mad. Any government that can prohibit a citizen from owning a rooster or more than 6 chickens can also say citizens can own no more than 1 car or have no more than X dollars in their bank account or have no more than 2 children. It's completely counter to our private property rights. See, your words will always give you away. And so when you make an analogy between children and property, everybody kind of knows where you're coming from, and they kind of know that you're arguing in bad faith. Nevertheless, I don't think anybody out here in Independence is worried that they're going to come through and say, you can only have so many dollars in your bank account. But
I think it should be a minimum, and if there's not enough dollars in there, that's when the government steps in and goes, hey, we don't want you to get an overdraft fee. Here's $200.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Mm-hmm.
But imagine you've got to work on the new chicken legislation. They say all politics is local, and if you really want to affect change, you've got to do it at the kind of those local mundane levels. Mm-hmm. We all see the viral videos of school boards where there's people screaming and yelling about Nazis and school boards over the past 18
These
months.
Chicken Nazis trying to keep me from having a whole farm on a 1/4-acre lot.
Yeah, that's right. So again, I don't like to, if you will, stick my beak where it doesn't belong. But boy, out here in Independence, because we are part-time residents here, we don't live here. At least I don't. I don't think any of us live out here. I know none of us live out here. I know Poundcake has looked at houses out here.
Don't go pecking around in my business.
Just so he wouldn't be late for work anymore. He could his morning job is a stone's throw from here. Gets himself a little pied-à-terre down here in lovely and relatively chicken-free Independence.
before I knew that we were moving, I was looking at these condos over here when we were when they were building those. But I think it's a
That's an old folks' home.
That does say it's a retirement community. I was like, damn, do you know how cool it would be? I'm like,
the only new construction going up anywhere in Ohio are retirement communities. Because there's an ass load of old people.
I accidentally applied to one of those. I was just looking at them
I was
online.
going to say, how do you accidentally get in? You can.
My name is Mary. So no, I was online just applying for apartments, and it was $575 for a 1-bedroom with decent square footage, and it had all these amenities, and I was like, man, this place is gonna get swooped up. And then I went to go put in an application, and it was minimum age of 65 years old. I was like, oh,
how can they discriminate
against?
How can they discriminate against you?
Because it's a retirement community. I mean, it's
what if
not,
they said this is a black community and you're not allowed in?
Well, the color of your skin is not the same as your age.
Okay.
These are specific places for old people. They've got nurses on site.
Yeah.
They've got
But it'd be a great way to do a bosom buddy reboot.
An old folks home?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're dressing up like an old person.
Yeah.
Remember during the pandemic when the lady there was a young girl that dressed up like an old lady and bought booze. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
You have to dress up like an old lady every day to go home. Mm-hmm. And imagine all the wacky situations you get into.
Hilarity would ensue.
Yeah. Oh, they catch you halfway through taking your gray wig off. Yeah. This is my life. and it's almost over.
On Twitter, one of our customers sent us a video of a whale swallowing a kayaker.
Hey.
It is crazy.
There was a story that went viral a few months back about some kid who, quote unquote, accidentally ended up in an apartment in a retirement community, and I still wasn't clear how that happened, because you can't just, oops, I got an apartment in a retirement community. I'm not clear how that happened. But if it says in the, if it says in the application, you have to be at least 65 to live here, because otherwise everybody would be swooping those places up.
Right.
Because a retirement community is going to be different than a place where you have to have a nurse get you out of bed and help you around and
just call it what it is.
Feed you creamed corn. What's that?
Let's call it what it is. It's still discrimination.
Well, here's what you should do then. You should put all of your time and resources into fighting that injustice. You should call one of these places and demand that they not engage.
Live like an old person. I want
to say I have just as much sex. I do just as much activities.
There you go. Yep.
My skin's probably just as disgusting.
You like to be in bed a lot.
I think I'd probably be just a lot louder than they would like.
Well, these are
I think that's the most complaints they would have.
I think that these are probably all great. Oh yeah, you'd be kicked out in a week.
My car would be loud. My music would be loud. My screaming would be loud.
My next door neighbor, all I hear is squeaking. I don't know what that is. I don't know who's in there. Could we do something about that? He's got what sounds like chickens clucking in there. And you know what the new rules are out here. I think that you should try to get yourself into one of these places.
You think?
Yes, I do. I think that you might. I think you've got a really good case there for age discrimination.
Well, I'm under lease for the next year, so.
Well, when that lease is up,
maybe I'll get a old roommate, and then that'll be my way in. All my
there you go.
All my grandparents are dead, but I have some pretty cool friends that have some pretty cool parents.
Listen, you have got the perfect reference material in our own Bill Squire, who lived with his friend's grandmother for over a year. And so I certainly hope that you'll pick his brain on how you could go about doing that. Now, will you have an open casting call for old people that need to be relocated?
An open casket call?
I feel like he's getting them a little bit late, if that's the case. How will you go about getting yourself an old roommate?
But I wasn't in a retirement home. She lives on her own in a building, like a regular condo building. So I don't really have that much that I could offer him.
Well, no, but the bottom line is you have experience living with an older person that none of us have.
She has a fuller life than I do. She
doesn't change her age.
It doesn't matter.
I'm simply saying that
I just treat her like a regular roommate where I would clean up after myself and
sock on the doorknob.
And I didn't even need to do that.
Oh,
it's loud enough that she knew not to come in.
Yeah. So I think that that's something worth looking into.
I'm looking into it.
You will have to be the one bit of advice I would give you. You have to be the tech savvy one.
That's fine. I am essentially the tech savvy one. As long as all the bills are in their name, I'll be tech savvy.
All the bills have to be in their name?
Yeah.
Why is that?
So if like something goes wrong, then I can leave and all the bills be in their name.
Wait. So if something goes wrong, but you can't bail because you would have a lease with them.
Nah, it'd be in their name.
Oh, it'd be everything in their name.
I'm just kidding.
This situation's getting better and better for whoever his old. You know what? You might be able to find, there are a lot of families that when they have someone in the later stages of one of these degenerative diseases, right? God forbid
Happened
somebody.
to my father's mom.
Right, but I'm just saying, God forbid something like dementia or Parkinson's or anything like that, befalls somebody. But a lot of these families find themselves at a loss. They go, oh, we just can't take care of this person anymore. Here comes Poundcake swinging in on a chandelier to save the whole situation. He goes,
There's cake.
There's cake. And I'll take your grandfather or grandmother or whatever it is, and I'll take care of them. The only caveat is everything has to be in their name, which will be easy to do. They won't remember that that's the case. And then, boy, this guy.
Swooping in.
You can count on him.
Get him to trust. Oh, that's
You
that's
can
his
count
name.
on him.
He gets the grandma to trust him more than her own kids.
Yeah.
Writes them out of the will.
See, this whole time, Poundcake, you've been thinking about marrying an old rich guy. What if you got an old wealthy roommate?
Yeah.
And then kind of became their confidant / caretaker / maybe a little something from time to time.
I walk out of the bathroom in just a, skinny little towel. I know they probably not seeing much these days, so I'll give them a little eye candy.
They ain't going to see much when you're in that skinny little towel either.
So you think.
What if you and Rick become roomies?
That's perfect.
No.
Oh.
Come on, stick and jive or whatever. What is it?
Stick and move.
Stick and jive.
I really hope he changes it to stick and jive. All right, guys, I got a stick and jive. Tell Poundcake age is not one of the specific protected parameters for discrimination. There you go.
Not yet.
Perfect. Not yet. When he gets on the case.
Is that why I got kicked out of the college bar? Because the guy said I was too old?
Well, there's a legal drinking age. That's not age discrimination. I mean, that's codified.
Is that a too
age
old?
limit.
I was going to say.
Age limit?
He didn't get kicked out because he was too old.
I didn't even get in because I was too old.
Then you can't get kicked out for being too old if you didn't even get in.
He thought I was poaching. He's like, this is just for college students. I'm like, so my money, that is not college student money. This is adult hard-earned money. You don't want it because I'm not a college student. That's what you're telling me. And he's like,
yes, that's what I'm telling you.
yeah, and I had to leave. Me, my boyfriend, and our two hoes, we all had to leave. I was pissed.
Why didn't they go? Oh, you were all too old.
Cody was the youngest in that group by a few years.
No,
yeah?
no. My two girlfriends, they were.
Oh, I thought you were with
younger
your
than me.
boyfriend's friends.
No, I was with my boyfriend and then my two friends.
Because he was like 10 years older than you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're walking in.
Boyfriend's 40.
We're walking in all established. Like he has his button up on. I got my button up on. The girls wearing sensible clothes. I think that was the giveaway because it wasn't slutty, but it was when you have to say your outfit is sensible.
The Ann Taylor nightwear.
Yeah.
Sensible
From
little
day to
shoes
night.
and sensible little stockings.
Of kitty heels.
Came all the way in from the suburbs.
And they said this bar is just for college students.
Yeah, they want kids getting drunk and spending money they don't have, and he's a bouncer. He wants people to bounce.
Well,
He
we bounced.
didn't want you guys sitting there at the bar sipping on Cosmopolitans and not being rowdy.
I wanted to relive the dream. I wanted to get a blue MFer.
I couldn't get into a bar years ago. I was dating somebody who was still in school, and I couldn't get in, and he told me it was because my license was expired. And I know that's not what it was. He just didn't want me in there.
That hurts. It just hurts.
Well, it didn't hurt. I was pissed. I made a trip, boy.
But was it?
And
your license was expired.
it
Though.
was, but it was like a week expired, and I didn't have the, so what? People don't get into bars with expired. They don't care as long as your face matches. No, he looked at me. He's like, nah, I don't want this cat in there. I'm like, dude, clearly,
Right.
I'm not.
But that was long hair, cool Alan.
Cool guy Alan.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with anything?
I think it was a guy that was just being a stickler for the rule. You got an expired.
Yeah, but it didn't matter what I look like. My face matched the face on my body. That's all they care about.
not every bouncer is the same way.
Yeah, well,
Some
I
of
ran
them are gonna take it real serious.
I ran into the one who was playing it by the book.
Maybe it was first day.
Well, maybe they just got busted or something. I don't. Maybe
Yeah.
they were on their best behavior. Maybe I just got there at a bad time. But
Because if the cops came, they would come straight up to you and say, "Sir, I need your ID. It is expired."
sir,
You're going to jail.
They would
I've
shut
noticed.
the place down.
Going to jail now.
noticed your sensible clothing, and I'm wondering. Alan, put it on the to-do list. Get Poundcake into an assisted living facility. Go through a corn maze drunk. We're compiling quite a little compendium here of things that we can get Poundcake do.
The saddest bucket list ever.
Drunk in a corn maze, old roommate.
Filling up your gas to your
Yeah.
full tank.
This is very exciting. This is why he wants to move. This is why he wants to get out and see the world.
I just want to experience things. I just
He
want
wants to experience things other than living in an old folks' home. He wants to be drunk in other states' corn mazes.
put that pump in and just hear it click, and it'd be like, I can't put any more gas in.
You could do that today.
You could.
You could live
You could
that
make
life
that
today.
happen. You could cross that one off, buddy.
I always was afraid as a kid. I'm like, it's gonna overflow. Gas
Nope.
is just gonna come pouring out.
Do you need $20 to make that happen? I'll contribute.
No, I'm good.
She's giving you gas money.
I got some money.
Hey, buddy. Fill her up.
I have.
Guess what? It's on me.
Treat yourself.
I have Bill's $29 gift card for my birthday.
There you
so
go.
I'll use that.
There you go.
No pin
Full
required.
tank of gas.
How much do you want, sir? Till it clicks. How about
Keep
that?
going.
Keep going. I want a
Then
little.
why'd you come inside? Could have just paid at the pump.
I want a little to overflow. Okay, let me break here. You want to get a text in 35192 if you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everyone. day. Except Steelers fans, they can go until the handle falls off and you have to get a doctor to pull it out again.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, I'll have Terry the Goat's Week 3 picks for football coming up. Pittsburgh playing the Cincinnati Bengals this weekend. Well, you know what they say.
You can't take it with you, lady on.
That's right. You can't take it with you, lady on. What do you want? Hey, if you want to join us on the iHeartRadio app, you certainly can find us there. And if you need to text us for anything, 35192 to do that. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You're always welcome to leave us a message there anytime the mood strikes. It's 216-986-8903. Oh, it's Brian.
You don't love me no more. You don't want to move in with me, huh?
So sometimes we get the kid voice, and then other times we just get his regular voice. I wonder if he needs a roommate. Poundcake. How about...
Can you play bass?
Oh, yes, he needs a rhythm section.
No.
Well, he's getting a drummer and a bass player. Oh, wait, I thought that was it.
It's never it.
Oh, it's never it, is it? No. No, but we should get like one big... God, we should come up with like Alan Cox house or something, and it's Poundcake, and it's Brian, it's Dick, it's Rick. Sue.
Dude, that would be a great like reality show.
That's what I'm saying. We film the whole thing with his GoPro.
Yes.
Finally put his GoPro.
Why do you guys really want me to use this GoPro?
Yes. Why wouldn't we want? No, he's
Love
done.
you too, man.
I love you too, man. Why wouldn't we want you to use the GoPro? Of course.
Why wouldn't you want to use your GoPro?
I do. I just need activities to use it for.
That's why we're trying
filming
to
our reality show.
That's right.
I don't want a reality show. I want
House of Cox.
I want to do zip lining and skydiving.
Who
Are you
said
going to
that's
do all
not
that?
included?
You can skydive from the roof of this house. We're gonna.
Yeah. There's a
put
zip
you
line
zip
in
line,
it.
yeah.
in zip line. Whole thing. For some reason, people are angry, I guess, that Kim Kardashian's going to host Saturday Night Live. I don't know why.
Has she never not hosted before?
Has she never not hosted before?
Has she never hosted before?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that.
I'm just saying, I feel like after you reach a certain pinnacle of fame, you bleed over into any realm of TV or movie or whatever. So I wouldn't be surprised that she does anything that she does.
Yeah, no,
because she's
I don't.
pop culture.
She has never hosted Saturday Night Live. They released, if you follow SNL on Twitter, they put out, they're back on October the 2nd, and they released the first month of hosts. And so it's going to be Jason Sudeikis, which is going to be great. Former cast member, of course.
Pumped about that.
Yeah. Season
Is he
premiere.
the first week?
No, Owen Wilson is the first week with Casey Musgraves, who is super foxy. And then Kim Kardashian and Halsey. And then Rami Malek, who played Freddie Mercury in Bohemian Rhapsody. And Young Thug. And then Jason Sudeikis and Brandi Carlile. So those are the first 4 weeks, and people are, obviously people just like to kind of kick Kim Kardashian around, but it doesn't strike me as so odd that maybe she'll be good on it. They've made fun of her in the past because when you're, you're that prominent in pop culture, you're going to take some shots, but she might be good. She strikes me as somebody who's kind of got some self-awareness, and, she can poke fun at herself. So depending on what they have her do, I don't know how good she'll be at it, but why not give her a shot?
I think it'll be a lot of easy stuff for her to do. I don't think she's going to be going deep into characters.
No. But they'll have Chris Redd play Kanye and, be all crazy, and I don't know.
It just depends on what she's willing to do to make fun of herself.
Yeah.
I think that's what will be the difference of her being praised as a great host. Like, oh, she made funny jokes about herself, so we love her.
I think she will.
I think, I feel like she's sensitive about a few topics from her past.
Yeah, maybe.
Because what you don't want, because Halsey has been a musical guest before, and they put her in a couple sketches, and she was real good. What you don't want is to get overshadowed by the musical guest, if you're the host.
Musical guest.
Musical guest.
Mustard vagina.
Mustard vagina.
Oh, my God.
And your host,
I hope
John
I never meet this woman.
Larroquette. What?
I hope I never meet that woman.
Who, Halsey? She's gorgeous. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying.
She's got those new mom boobs and the whole bit.
There's no
man.
way I'm ever going to be able to be friends with her. I'm like, listen, so I said some things about
I like
you
how
in the
he
past.
has pre-planned that there's no way he could ever be friends with Halsey.
He has pre-planned all his friendships or non-friendships with celebrities.
If he
I'm
did
sure
as
he's
much-
got a list of people that he's like, I can never be friends with them, but I can be friends with them.
If he did as much planning as he does pre-planning, who else can't you be friends with? Who else could you never be friends with? Could you be friends with Kim Kardashian?
Yeah. I feel
Okay.
like I would love to go through her phone. Like, she just knows everybody.
Yo, that's not what friends do.
That's not what I asked.
Could you be friends with Kim Kardashian? Yeah, I'd go through her phone.
I mean, your friends don't go through your phone?
No, I mean, it's not like no one's ever asked. I probably wouldn't be mad if they did, but I'd be confused if
I
they're like,
just
hey, let me go through your phone.
I want to like lay on her bed with like my feet up behind my, feet sticking up, long socks. And I'm like, let me see your phone, Kim. And just
Your long, gross socks that are hanging off your feet?
His feet are so gross.
Well, I think if I was Kim Kardashian's friend, she would hold me to a higher standard so I couldn't have nasty socks like that. So I would just be laying on her bed like, let me see your phone, Kim. I'm like, ooh, who called you? Ooh, is this Reggie Bush? Whoa, I know why they call him Reggie Bush. And we want to see everything.
So she still has nude photos of Reggie Bush in her phone?
According to this fantasy, yes.
I see.
But in
All
this
right.
fantasy, Cody also has clean socks. So it's kind of far-fetched, I guess.
Long, clean socks.
No, he didn't like that joke.
No. Listen, you told us about your
You
gross,
sent us a
nasty ass socks.
picture.
You asked me to see
Of
your
your
picture.
brown?
Your socks made of Triscuits.
They were white, and now they are brown on the bottom, like you walked through sand.
Probably had those socks
Mud.
probably since like senior year of high school.
Did you throw them away or burn them or dispose of them?
Like we requested.
Like you requested, like I live for y'all.
He's got the kind of socks of somebody whose like feet get cold, but they also do a lot of work in the garage.
Barefoot.
Or
without
no.
shoes.
Without shoes, that's right.
I feel like everyone has socks like those. I thought everyone had
I do
like
not.
a little
I looked
tinge
through my socks.
to their socks.
My socks, if I looked at the bottom of them, they wouldn't be blinding white, but
No.
they don't look like that.
They're not brown.
And they still fit. They still have all of the cotton around my foot.
No loose mouths.
It look like I got bulletproof socks.
No, it doesn't look like you have
Listen, you do
bulletproof
you.
socks.
I mean,
They had holes in them.
Yes,
they're
and-
literally not. They're not toe proof.
forget bulletproof. Toenail proof. So we'll see what happens with Kim Kardashian. She's going to host it in a couple of weeks. I think she'll be fine. Her ex-husband did a thing with Mike Myers years ago.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
That got a lot of attention.
One of the best sketches ever.
Mike Myers' deer in the headlights character that he was playing.
I'm excited for SNL to come back. I'm a big fan. I like watching it live when I
Well,
can.
and I'm excited too. I shouldn't say excited, but I assume season premiere they'll do something about Norm. They'll
Yeah,
probably have a
probably.
little Norm thing,
Yeah.
right?
You'd hope so.
Yeah, I would certainly hope so. So, listen, Kim seems to be dipping her toe into other things. Why not? Can we start a GoFundMe to get Brian a new guitar pedal?
Nope.
No way.
That's the right one.
That's his sound. That is
yeah.
his signature sound.
Sounds like somebody's jealous of Brian.
I think so.
Somebody thinks that they can play better than Brian.
How could you not be? Why don't you get yourself a new guitar pedal, sir or madam, and then we'll worry about Brian.
I like when he runs the scales.
He can do whatever he wants to do and make it sound awesome. Poundcake in the background.
What was I saying?
I got my button up. He's got the girls look
Yep.
sensible. I think that's where we were at.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't need fixing. That doesn't need any tweaking whatsoever.
When will he be eligible for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Brian?
Yeah.
2049, I think, was what I read.
So soon.
Yeah.
Not
Alan,
soon
I'm
enough.
confused. Is Poundcake gay or does he think he's a woman? He seems to switch between the two. Well, I don't know what that means.
When did I say I think I was a woman?
I don't know.
I think he's going off of your Kim story. Laying on her bed, going through her phone, kicking your little feet up.
So gay guys can't lay
I
on
don't
her
know.
bed, giggle.
I would want to lie on Kim Kardashian's bed and put my feet up too. So
And
I don't know
giggle?
what that's and giggle. If she wanted me to giggle, I'd giggle.
Do straight guys giggle?
No.
Sometimes.
A lot of
Do they
gay guys
chuckle?
don't. A lot of gay guys don't giggle.
Depends on what you do to a straight man. You can get him to giggle.
I've never had anybody get me to giggle. I will tell you that right now. No,
That's why they call me the giggler.
Yeah. Oh, that's what they call you.
Yes.
Oh, good, the giggler. No, you're the only one that I hear on a regular, consistent basis giggle, Poundcake. But I assume that you partially do that for effect.
No, that's how I
Now that's a full-on guffaw. That's not a giggle.
Yeah, that's
Anybody
not-
who
Tee-hee. That little giggle.
But that's a tee-hee. A giggle to me is more of a staccato, kind of loud, kind of,
I think of a little kid when I think of a giggle. Like a baby laugh is a giggle to me.
Okay.
Like that cute little, I can't even do it because I'm not a baby. But you know what I'm talking about?
Shocking news.
You know what I'm talking about? Like a 2-year-old kid's laugh is a giggle to me. I don't know.
Let me find a.
Maybe it's the innocence in it that I like.
Yeah, the unmolested. That's a wrong word to use. The unruined, whatever. I don't know.
I think of a giggle.
That! I love that laugh!
But that's not a giggle.
No, but it's a cute laugh.
Yeah,
a
it's
giggle
cute.
is a cute laugh. When I think of a cute laugh, I think of
I
little
think of a
kids.
giggle as being like a small kind of, almost not even, more of a nervous tick than actual laughter. Like the way Poundcake especially does it. Like he just does like the, like that kind of thing.
I don't know. I can't giggle on demand. It has
No,
to be authentic.
you just. I'll have to grab one next time you do it.
It's usually after he says something mean.
Yeah, right. He hasn't told me I look like I'm gonna. What did you say about
You're
my
a
messy
homeless.
buns?
You got bird's nest or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Someone asked me. I guess I must talk about a lot of people, but it must be funny because I had a friend that texted me. One of the girlfriends that we got stopped from going into the college bar. She messaged me and she's like, "Hey, what did you call my sister? That was mean and it made me laugh." And I said, "I don't remember. What was it in reference to?" And she just said, "Oh, I don't know. You were talking crap about her and it made me laugh." And I wanted to tell her what you said. I was like, "I don't remember." So apparently, I just must call people names.
Makes himself giggle right there.
Okay, yeah, that's a giggle.
Yeah, that's one of them. You guys remember when Inside Edition ran up on Kenneth Copeland? You know, the guy that the Wind of Hell or the COVID song?
Yeah.
Kenneth Copeland, the televangelist of the beady eyes. And Inside Edition ran up on him a couple of years ago and asking him why he needed a private jet and why he was asking for money and all that. And it was very awkward. He had not expected her to run up on him like that. And so he was up against it, trying to explain why he needed a private jet.
Oh, yeah. Now, thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray just a second. We have brought over 100, let's see. The latest figures just came out. 100.
The latest figures just came out. Yeah, I get a spreadsheet every day of how many millions of people we've helped. The numbers just came out. Do you have those numbers that we made up?
22 million people to the Lord Jesus Christ. And I prayed about it, and I thought, I'm not missing that dedication in Jerusalem. Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere. And Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
So he's whatever. Well, now he's back on it. He's asking people for money. He needs that private jet. I thought he still had one. Maybe he needs another one. I don't know. He needs to fly private because of COVID. Because of the fake, right? No, because airlines are imposing vaccination requirements, and to him, that's the mark of the beast, right? Remember the mark of the beast?
Damien had it.
Ah, that's right. The 3 6s on the forehead. Yeah.
Is that what Harry Potter's thing is?
No, that's a lightning bolt. No,
it's not the beast.
No, that's the mark of the Flash.
Oh.
The time has come for ministries, particularly traveling ministries.
This is part of something, by the way, called Victory-thon. which is a little clunky. Palooza might have worked a little bit better. Maybe I don't know.
What are they?
Some other weapon.
It's like a pledge drive.
What are they the victors of?
I don't know.
Winning.
We're gonna find out.
Of travel.
Yes, sir.
Other than the airlines.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
You get into this situation, we're not going to let you fly unless you're vaccinated. Well, to me, that's the mark of the beast.
There you go. To me, that's the mark of the beast. I can't fly with all these plebes.
How many marks of the beast are there? I
That's
feel
the
like there's
thing.
just so many marks of the beast. There's more and more every day. Always
never
moving
ending.
the goalpost on marks of the beast.
Did you get your Mark of the Beast punch card though? When you get 8, the 9th one's free.
Is that what it is? Oh, okay.
Cody's real close. He's gay. He's black.
Yeah.
He's vaccinated.
Yeah,
Like,
black.
he's
Sin to be
Mark of the
black?
Beast.
Wow.
All of it.
That's the
like
Mark
the
of the Beast.
real old guys.
the
Mark
real
of the Beast.
old-timey Mark of the Beast. I see. He's going OG.
I don't know if his socks are also a Mark of the Beast, but
Yeah, the Victory-thon fundraiser. And I'll tell you what, it's got to be a great gig to be a millionaire and you're just one of these hype guys.
yeah.
Where the guy talks and you just go, hallelujah.
Amen.
That's all you do. You're the hype guy.
Testify.
Yeah, but you're making all this money.
Believe this, that the reason why Jesus hadn't come is because people are not giving the way God told them to give. You see what I'm saying? I mean, when you understand it, you can speed up the time.
Hold on, can you pause that real quick?
television, he said, I heard you was a millionaire.
Sure can.
I said, that's not right.
Did he just say that Jesus hasn't come back yet because people didn't give him enough money?
Yes.
Okay.
This is that prosperity gospel
I
that
have-
Joel Osteen does, that all these charlatans do. That's what it is.
But okay, so we grew up watching Ernest Ainsley,
yeah.
whatever.
R.I.P.
And yeah, I'm not speaking of him or anything like that. I don't ever remember him saying stuff like that. And he was also like a televangelist, that kind of thing. But he didn't go as far to say, and I could be wrong, but I was a child. But that's kind of
He
pushing it, right?
He collected wigs, not airplanes, so he didn't
that's
need
true.
as much money.
That's different.
And he had that buffet, so he's rolling in the money from that.
He owned a TV station. Jesus is not going to return as long as I am bald.
But that's what I'm saying. Do Christians not question it at all? That they're like, Jesus didn't come back because I didn't give him money for a private jet. Come on.
I don't think the vast majority of people think that this is serious, but there are enough people
There's
where
people
these guys
donating.
are all millionaires. These guys all have tons of money.
I thought he said he wasn't a millionaire.
No, he brags about being a millionaire.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, when you understand it, you can speed up the time. I was on television. He said, I heard you was a millionaire. I said, that's not right. That's not true. He said, yes, it is. I said, no, it's not. Multi. Now, add that to it, and you'll be all right.
Multi.
He couldn't handle
What
it.
a piece of trash.
Unbelievable.
I'm a multi-millionaire.
Okay, well, let's
Had a
text
fit.
him.
I said, you mess with me, I'll buy this station and I'll fire you. Yeah. Oh, he didn't like that, did he? That was a little fleshy, but it felt good. Just did. You know?
A little fleshy? I like that. Is that what you said?
the flesh.
A little fleshy.
I'm not saying it's wrong. So I realized that I will not move people emotionally to give. Right. No. I'm going to have people move according to the Word of God. What is God saying to you? And I really believe this. If people would call this number and put this victory all over the world on every available voice, every available outlet, God, the Father, he would say, Jesus, go get him.
Yeah.
Because you see, he wants to see us as much as we want to see him.
He just needs some money first.
So he's treating it like a telethon
he
goal.
really-
Like, once we hit their goal, Jesus will come on down.
Well, that's what it
that's
is.
when he'll
It's
save
the
us.
victory-thon. Anyway, but the Kenneth Copeland, he's like, I got to have these planes because of the vaccine requirements on commercial airlines. I can't be on these things.
And
I can't be
bet
hanging
you,
out with.
I 100% bet you he is vaccinated.
Of course he is. It's like all the guys over at Fox News who have to be vaccinated.
But he knows his followers aren't, so he's playing that game where he's like, I'm not vaccinated. I need to fly around, visit you guys, but I don't want to have to cave to the vaccination mark of the beast stuff. So
Listen, if I thought something was the mark of the beast, first off, I would think that was the coolest thing I'd ever heard of. I'm an Iron Maiden fan.
Yeah.
I would think that was I would seek it out. Not this guy. He's not cool enough.
My question then, what
Okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons because people are very concerned about that comment.
Give me a chance here, Inside Edition. I love your eyes.
Okay.
What a creep.
Again, getting back to the comment. You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not.
He's like, but you said that
it came out of your
did.
face.
With flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Anyway, you know all this. But listen, if you're into this guy, you can text money, you can go online, you can call him. But I like
way
this.
to donate to him is at Bill Squire on Venmo.
He'll make sure it gets to the right place.
Yeah, that's right. I'm an intermediary. They've had a couple of tax problems, so as it stands now, I'm kind of helping them. I'm doing a little bit of offshore work. Okay, yeah. I'm not at liberty to divulge all of it, but we'll figure it out. I've got a break. You want to get a text in for anything? 35192 to do that. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app wherever you are.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Stadium for that. And then they will, they're playing 2 today, and then they're playing, I think, 3 or 4 more against Chicago. Well, that last game was supposed to be on Sunday, but they have took last night's game and postponed that to this coming Monday. So, oh boy, it's a whole thing. But it's the last run here at home for the Indians before the Guardians era is ushered in May or March? End of March?
30th?
March 31st, I think, is the 2022 opening day. Thursday, March the 31st. Hopefully we'll be doing something. Hopefully we'll be in the new studios downtown. Hopefully we'll be, maybe out and about somewhere doing something for opening day.
Maybe.
I can wear my Jim Thome jersey.
Yeah.
My
Jim Thome Indians jersey. Guardian.
White Sox legend. He's not Guardians, though. He's Indians, yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Yep. Everybody else going to be Indians. The demarcation line is right around the corner. I was reading about Billie Eilish, too. Billie Eilish did our William Eilish. I don't know her, so I have to call her by her full name.
Guillaume Eilish.
Guillaume Eilish. I think she did the iHeartRadio Music Festival, didn't she? That we just had in Vegas?
Yeah.
And they're airing that on television. Obviously most people can't attend it other than the people that we send out there. They're airing it next weekend. And she was talking about how she lost about 100,000 followers after she did that Elle magazine cover.
When she's looking all thick.
Yeah. She said people are scared of big boobs. And that's why she lost 100,000 Instagram followers.
I am not, Billy.
Boy, neither am I. But again, to her point, this is why she was wearing a garbage bag up until a year ago.
Because she wasn't 18. And she's like, you guys are weird about it anyway.
Yeah.
Certainly going to be weird about it if I'm underage.
But I have to wonder how many people she gained
a lot
on Instagram.
It's ridiculous that she is that young, and I don't even think she has a full-length album out. I think she has like a couple singles here and there, but to her have almost like 100 million followers is insanity. Who would want to be that famous, that young?
She doesn't know any different.
But 100 million followers, like that's like if we get 1 million, like we think that our lives are set, like we are somebody. She has.
I wouldn't think I was somebody just because I had 1 million followers on Instagram.
I would have probably 1 million follower party.
But they talk all the time about followers doesn't necessarily mean engagement or anything. You hear these stories about these so-called influencers on social media who might have a lot of followers, but when it comes time for them to ask their audience to do something, there was that girl that didn't sell one T-shirt.
Yeah.
This girl with like hundreds of thousands of followers, and she literally didn't sell one T-shirt when she opened up a merch store. Now, that seems like a crazy, extreme case because you have to think if you had that many people,
you're going to sell one.
A couple of them would have bought T-shirts.
Right.
But William Eilish, she's lovely. She always looks like she's ready to fall asleep. That's not a bad look because it reminds you. It's a subliminal kind of reminder. You look at Billie Eilish and you go, I gotta go to sleep tonight.
I am tired.
Yeah, I'm tired. I gotta make sure that I set an alarm.
Yeah, she looks the way I feel.
It's
always tired.
It's a whole thing. So, if Billie Eilish, wearing tank tops and whatever, God bless her. But her whole point of not wanting to be sexualized before she turned 18 was why she was wearing big long shirts and Jenko jeans.
Pants,
yeah,
right.
The whole thing. She's like, I don't need that. And then she's coming out because you can't win.
No.
If you're a young woman or an old woman, quite frankly, you can't win because you go, if you're wearing garbage bags, people will go, well, you should be able to do whatever you want to do. Yeah, I should be able to do whatever I want to do. Watch what happens when I do whatever I want to do. Bikini, photo shoot.
Bustier, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
People freak out.
And she is only 19 years old.
There is also a lot of people, when you're Billie Eilish's level, she probably loses 20 to 30,000 followers a day just because their bots are getting blocked.
Oh, because she has so many?
Because she has so many.
Yeah.
Because if you go into a comments of someone like her, like Kim Kardashian, like every 8th comment is actually about the picture, and most of them are just like, follow me, check me out on OnlyFans, follow me, I'll help you get verified.
Crypto.
Like it's crypto, all this bull crap.
Tell your loved ones you love them. I just lost my mom in like a car accident or something. Like it's always like some sob story, and then they'll be like,
But that is a sob story. I think
Not for the comments though.
I think the phrase sob story is reserved for things that wouldn't necessarily make someone literally sob.
If someone's
like
posting
John
a
Mayer's
picture,
Sob Rock, available now.
If someone's posting a picture of like them thotting, like I'm in a bikini, it seems kind of inappropriate on their part for someone to comment and be like, oh, well, this picture reminds me of like my mom's car accident. Any help would be greatly appreciated. Link in bio for the GoFundMe. Like, damn.
This reminds me of my mom's car accident. All right. Well, there you go.
Just filling up space.
Look away.
Hey.
Well, I would also be concerned. I would be concerned that I would burn out too fast.
Yes.
I would be concerned at 19 years old that you're like, I mean, if you're an artist, you go, I want to have a career as long as I can have one. But there's the combination of your audience aging out and, not everybody wants to be Madonna.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think Madonna wants to be Madonna anymore.
Madonna doesn't want to be Madonna anymore.
She's like,
That's
I
why
got to
she
do
changing
this.
the way she looks.
I got to do this because I'm Madonna. But I'd like to just sit in my house.
I just don't know how I don't know how you cope like that. Like you just have to have a army of people around you to like block everything. Because
I don't think you need an army. I think you just need the right people and good people around you.
Well, she was just barely out of high school, and so she's still dealing with that, and then having these awkward moments. Like, how are people not snitching?
Well, they are. If you ever hear her in interviews, she'll talk about how when she got a modicum of fame, people were digging up, tweets from whatever, and she's like, I was 14 years old, Find a 14-year-old who's not talking some shrimp on social media or to their friends or whatever, or using a couple of slurs here and there, whatever. But yeah, she said she lost a lot of followers because people are scared of boobs. And boy, I would never be as brazen as to DM her just to say, I am not
afraid of breasts.
I'm not afraid of them. Big, small, whatever. And then obviously it would become quite creepy because I'm 50.
Mm-hmm.
And why would I have any kind of conversation there anyway?
Just to make her feel better. You're just trying to show some support.
Make her feel better. I hope you feel better that, no, listen, she's lovely and very talented, and hopefully everything will work out. Hopefully she'll do everything she wants to do. I do have some booty news, though. It's kind of concurrent with Billie Eilish. Booty news! We were at this wedding in Boulder a few weeks ago, and I met a couple there who they're from Georgia, but they live in the Netherlands. And you forget how small Europe is. You forget that you could get in a car and you could go from Amsterdam to Denmark in about 8 hours, right? Mm-hmm. You forget how small that country is. And so we were just having conversations about, music and life over there. A friend of mine and my wife's ran the Vice office in Copenhagen for a couple of years. And so I still kind of keep my eye on what's going on over there. And I stumbled across a story that Scandinavian kids are putting nicotine pouches up their ass.
Whoa.
Listen, when you've got to always make sure that you're when you're young, and you only live young once. There's that old phrase, "Youth is wasted on the young." Mm-hmm. But you should be living on the edge, man. You should be, first of all, these nicotine pouches, they look like they've already been in somebody's ass, so it's the perfect crime. Some of them, if they don't want to do that, they're rolling them up in their foreskins.
Oh,
because
goodness.
there are a lot of those over there, too. And so there are some health experts over in, Scandinavia, Denmark, the Netherlands, who are concerned at this trend. And I don't know if it's for social media clout. I don't know if it's TikTok challenge. I don't know if it's the I don't know if it's the Skull Ring Foreskin Challenge, what it is, but they are packing these little tiny, little pinch between the cheek and gums, usually. This is a little pinch between the cheeks. And goes right up in there. And there are forums online.
It just gives you a buzz, or what?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, over there, the little there's a thing called snus. I think it's pronounced snus. Just the little nicotine pouches. Those are a big deal over there. They're big here too, but they have much more dedicated consumer base in some other countries, and they make them in Sweden too. These certain nicotine pouches, and so people just stick them right up there. They report a mild burning sensation.
Yeah,
but then they really enjoy it. Yeah, because you're getting that nicotine rush right from your corn shoot.
I guess.
Right from the middle. And what's the matter with that? One guy said he and a group of friends roll them up in their foreskin.
That's crazy.
Disgusting.
That has to be so uncomfortable.
Everybody pre-parties in a different way. Everybody gets ready for the rager in a different way.
That
Some
has
people
to be so uncomfortable, though, right?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't have a foreskin.
I never had
And
one.
I don't have any nicotine pouches. But they did say, one guy said that they got drunk and forgot to take it out.
Uh-oh.
And he woke up and everything was very swollen and hurting.
Oh, my God.
And
that's not good.
Listen, they tell people who use these in the normal way, you can get raisin tumors in your gums. Everybody thinks they're getting away with something by not smoking. You can get like tumors in your gums. You can have jaw disease, whatever it is.
Tongue cancer, all kinds of stuff.
Tongue cancer. So, but again, when you're young, you're not thinking of down the road. You're thinking about right now.
About the party.
The party.
About the moment.
Yeah.
The butt buzz.
And imagine if you go for menthol. Ooh, that cold sensation.
It's like mouthwash for your butt.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Would it also give you raisin-size tumors in your beehole?
Probably, yeah. Like colon polyps or something.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not good.
Nope. There was a student in Norway who asked to remain anonymous for obvious reasons, who said that he used to roll one up in his foreskin before he was getting ready to whack one out. And he said he didn't feel too much of an effect, so he kept it in there and then put two of them in. And he said that the menthol worked pretty well.
Oh, my God.
Maybe it's because the word snooze looks so similar to anus that somebody got confused and
They thought they just hit the S on the keyboard instead of the A.
Yeah, that's what they did. It's right there. It's right next to it. Quite painful, he said, but the nicotine craving disappeared, so I guess it works. It's like the old urban legend about the vodka-soaked tampons, right? I think that was largely debunked, but I'm sure somebody tried it after the story was debunked. There had to be. That's when you really kick in with people who want to do something.
Yeah,
Steve-O did a butt chug.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
Well, butt chugs are one thing, but I mean...
But he butt chugged it and then I think pretty much sprayed it all out.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. Well, what are you going to do with it? Just clench?
Yeah, clench and see what you can,
Clench till
see
you get
what
drunk?
can get absorbed. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you got to wait for everybody to go grab a glass. Yeah.
That's true.
So
So
have the glasses ready if you're prepared.
Well, that part
If
too.
you're a good host.
Yeah. Also in booty news, there's a mom in Texas who went to one of these school board meetings, and most of the people were there to complain about trying to keep kids healthy. She started ranting about anal sex in some book that was in the library, and she's going off on some... I guess that, most of these people aren't random people. Most of these people that go viral are known to these local school boards. They're like, oh, here comes Jenny again, or whatever. And maybe she had burned out all of her material on how masks are
the mark of the beast.
Mark of the beast, yeah. Vaccines are from Nazis or whatever, and wanted to make sure that they were taking, I guess, the butt stuff out of the local library.
All right, well, I'm just thankful that y'all don't have the ability to make a mask, or the idea of a Mexican is a Mexican is a Mexican. Take her out back, we boys figured, then hand on the Put it in her coin box, put it in her cornhole, grab a hold of that braid, rub that calico. You can find that on page 39 of the book called Out of Darkness, which you can find at Hudson Bend Middle School and Bee Cave Middle School. All right.
That is a heavy-duty book for a middle
that's
school.
a lot. Yeah, that's
but
a lot.
everything's bigger in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
This is Texas.
I thought it was going to be Harry Potter in the Chamber of Secrets.
The odor of the phoenix.
Gross.
I thought
Sorcerer's
Texas.
bone?
Yeah, I thought Texas prided themselves on no regulations. If middle school kids want to read about corn shoots,
Half-blood wince.
Not gonna lie, I had to Google cornhole because I have the game in the back of my yard. But according to Wikipedia, cornhole is a sexualist slang vulgarism for anus. The term came into use.
She had to look it up.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
She should have asked the cornhole lady.
This is stupid.
In the 1910s in the United States, its verb form to cornhole, which came into usage in the 1930s, means to have anal sex. I do not want my children to learn about anal sex in middle school. I have never had anal sex. I don't want to have anal sex.
Imagine her. Imagine her husband sees this. He's like, great.
Man.
Our 10th anniversary is coming up. I thought maybe we'd switch it up a little bit.
I already told the guys you did.
Nah, come on.
This is stupid.
Yeah. Her name's Cara Bell, I guess. She ran for school board earlier this year. That's how a lot of these nuts are kind of worming their way in to do things, as they'll get in at the school board level. And this is going to really shock you. She lives in a pretty affluent neighborhood.
No, not her. Not her.
But boy, the person I really feel bad for, it's not the school board people, because at this point they're used to getting these weirdos coming up, is the husband. Feel bad for the husband. Because he hears her go off in this rant, and he's got to think, oh man, it hasn't happened yet, but I was really kind of holding out hope that maybe it would. And again, that's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. But this woman had to Google cornhole.
Right.
Because, now, I will say this. I bet you that is one of the only definitions of anything that is a game you can buy and also a sexual activity. If you don't count sorry or hi-ho, cherry-ho or something like that. But I mean, cornhole, you go, it's the game. It's the boards. Oh, and it's also this. So they go, yeah, okay, thank you, and cut her off or whatever, and But these people aren't teaching the kids. She's talking about this was being in a book, and the book has been removed. But she really had to go digging. Page 39. And
how did she come across that book?
I don't know.
Did one of her kids get it and go, hey, Mom, what's cornholing?
Maybe.
I think people just read stuff and wait to be offended. That's gonna motivate people.
I mean, I think it's probably more that her kid brought it to her, because would a mom be reading just a random middle school book? I don't know, but the book was removed and they're going to review it, but the poor husband. I haven't had it. I don't want it. I don't want the... She's like, oh.
I feel like this is something that you could have gotten done without going to the school board meeting and ranting about anal sex for 5 minutes.
That's what you think.
Not only that, but even if they remove the book from school, which it sounds like they might be doing, now the kids have a video of her mom explaining the whole thing.
Are you saying that would be worse?
I'm saying it would be much more awkward.
Yes.
Yes. Way more awkward.
Yeah, now you have even though she says she's never had anal sex, she's the anal sex mom.
She's that lady.
She's that lady.
She just gave you a video roadmap as to what she read the definition. She read the thing, how she doesn't want it.
Mm-hmm. And there goes Kyle and his mom's the anal sex mom.
Yeah. Oh, do you see a video of Kyle's mom? Oof. Okay, I got a break. I'm going to have those Cleveland Beer Week passes for you shortly. I guess when we get back here. Cleveland Beer Week's coming up the 15th through the 23rd. I'll get you a couple of passes for Night at the Brewseum, which is one of their events. 35192 if you want to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app.
Week. It's back live this year. It runs Friday, October 15th through Saturday, the 23rd. If you want to see all of the events they've got coming up, clevelandbeerweek.org. A couple of passes here for you for Night at the Brewseum. If you're a beer lover, this is what you wait for all year long. Cleveland Beer Week. A couple of passes here for caller 10. Good luck. Be at least 21. And those are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
35192. If you need to text me for anything, you can always leave us a message at the After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903. First of two down at Progressive Field. Indians go down to the White Sox 7-2.
Jerks.
They will get another crack at them a couple hours away. 6:10 is game number 2 tonight at Progressive Field. As we get to the end of the Cleveland Indians era, not only here at home, but on the road as well. So they'll play that second in the doubleheader tonight, and then they play them tomorrow night, Saturday, and Sunday. Monday, they're going to make up last night's postponed game against the Royals here at home, and then they will head to Kansas City to play the Royals. And then they'll wrap up the Indians era next Sunday in Texas.
Well, the White Sox have officially clinched now.
Yeah.
And the Indians are eliminated from all postseason play.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot, you jerks.
You big jerks. Well, Sunday I'm going to the game. Bears are in town, and that's when I go to the Browns games. I'll be wearing my Devin Hester jersey, who is nominated for induction into the Hall of Fame. He's one of the, he and 9 other first-year eligible players. Remember Antonio Cromartie?
Yeah.
He was the guy.
He's got all the kids.
He's got all the kids. Antonio Cromartie is, I forget what team he played for, but I think the Colts. I remember he played for Indianapolis, and when he signed with them, part of his deal was they had to give him $500,000 up front so that he could pay back child support.
Oh, wow.
He's got 14 kids with 8 women. This guy just kept leaving it in, and, you know.
One of the best clips ever from Hard Knocks is him trying to name all his kids.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. He's like going off his fingers and like, I think that's all of them. But they're all very close in age, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he had a wild couple years there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like one woman to be giving birth in the spring, another one in the summertime.
Sometimes 2 in the spring.
Yep. God, I'd love to find that piece of video. Yeah, Antonio Cromartie. Can't remember his kids' names. Here we go. And the clip is 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Oh, my God. Of him trying to come up with 14 names.
Well, this was HBO, right? I don't know if he's...
You have to turn, all the aggression on, but as soon as you leave and get home, you got to be that father figure, that husband. Oh, what's wrong with your hair? What is going on with your hair? I got Alonzo, who is 5. I have Karis, who is 3. I have my junior, which is 3. I have my daughter, who just turned 3 as of yesterday. I have another son.
It's 3
3-3-year-olds.
Named Tyler. He turns 3 in December.
4.
I got another daughter that was born October 16th named London. Another daughter that was born.
That's pretty good, though,
That's
so
6.
far.
He's only at 6.
Right, but he knows
He's
how old
barely
they are.
halfway there.
Well, still.
Named Leilani, who's 2 years old. And I have my newborn with my wife. Her name is Jersey.
He named his kid
That's
Jersey.
only 8.
Well, he's had more since then.
That was a few years ago.
Yep. He's had
That's
more
probably
since
10
then.
years ago. So
He had 8 kids in 5 years.
He had a lot of kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just from the ones he named, that was 8 children under the age of 5.
Yeah, a lot of kids. Yeah. So they announced 122 nominees for the class of 2022. 10 of them, first-year ballot. My boy Devin Hester is on there. He's the special teams GOAT. So he should get in just for that.
He probably
Best
will.
returner ever.
I don't know if he'll get in this year, but I think he'll get in the coming years.
Most career return touchdowns?
Josh Cribbs also up there as one of the best returners ever.
Special teams doesn't get a lot of love in the Hall of Fame, though.
No.
That's why I think that these guys should recognize people who... Devin Hester, the first and only still to return the opening kick of the Super Bowl for a touchdown.
Oh, wow.
That was the 2006 Super Bowl, I believe.
And they won that Super Bowl, right?
No. No, they did. They very much did not.
Who was the quarterback?
Rex Grossman. He got him to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He got him to the Super Bowl.
That was such a strange Super Bowl.
Yes, it was. It was the first year I had come back, and so it was like the Bears went to the Super Bowl. We had a couple. I think the Blackhawks won the Stanley Cup again or something. I was like, man, I am
You
just
brought all the
killing.
luck
I
back.
brought all the luck
I
back.
think the Bulls were even kind of good that year.
Yeah.
I don't think they made it to... I mean, they were in the playoffs, I believe. That was like the Kurt Heinrich years.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll be wearing my Devin Hester jersey on Sunday. But come hang with us at the Ivy. We do the Cox Out pre-games before the home games, and they're a lot of fun. So come on down there. You want Terry the Goat's picks? She gave me 12 games this week.
Football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way, football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way.
Al Marcinek runs Marcinek Farms out in Carlton, Pennsylvania. And this is the third season that he has sent me video and pics. He's kind enough to offer Terry the Goat's services, who will pick games for us week to week.
Here we are back in Carlton, Pennsylvania, where Romeo the Buck has been giving Terry words of encouragement as she goes out and makes her picks for this week.
Why do you think they named him Romeo? Because he's the one mounting all of them, probably.
Yeah. Terry is rather excited to redeem herself, and she's ready to go.
He lets her out. She's got the Browns jersey on. She's off and running.
She's ready. She has her jersey on. She's ready to go and do better this week, and her picks will be announced on Thursday.
Thursday. Thank you, Al. Week 1, she went 5-5. Last week, she went 3-8. If you're a betting person, it's important to keep your ear to the ground on Terry's picks. She doesn't always pick a Browns game. She did this week. I think she has so far, each week so far.
Yeah.
But some weeks...
She's 1-1 in picking Browns games.
Yeah, she will not give us a Browns game sometimes. So here are her Week 3 picks. Tonight's game, Texans-Panthers. Thursday Night Football, she picks the Texans over the Panthers.
I don't know about that one, Terry.
Okay. The Texans stink, though. We should have beat the Texans. I mean,
the Browns did.
Huh?
The Browns beat the Texans.
Well, what am I thinking? Oh, yeah, we should have beat them.
Yeah,
We
and
did.
they did.
We did, right.
Yeah.
But I mean, if
Should've,
we
and
hadn't...
we did. Yeah. There's a lot of people still upset that we didn't beat them enough.
By more? Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
She picked the Kansas City Chiefs over the Chargers.
That's a good choice, but we'll see.
Colts over the Titans.
Don't know about that one.
She picks the Saints over the New England Patriots.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Saints.
Get in on it, Mary. Come on, you can get in on it. You can throw in your 2 cents.
My football knowledge extends to the Browns, and barely that.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I like the game of football, and I
Yeah.
enjoy my Cleveland Browns. As far as prospects and
I understand.
players. And
I understand. I'm right there with you. She picks the Giants over the Falcons. She picks the Steelers over the Bengals.
Boo!
Well, she's from Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's true.
she's-
That's true. She is from Pennsylvania.
She picks the Baltimore Ravens over the Detroit Lions.
Pretty safe bet.
She picks the Raiders over the Dolphins. She picks the Rams over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
No.
She's
That
not
seems-
the only one.
Oh, yeah?
I
Matt
was-
Stafford and Tom Brady?
Yeah, I was watching some ESPN this morning, and there's a few different guys. These are like pundits calling for the Rams to beat the Buccaneers.
Okay.
So that might be a nice save for her. Even if she has a bad record this week, if she gets that one right, she looks like she knows what she's doing.
I mean, Tom Brady can't win every week.
I mean, he has before.
I mean, he can't win every week. She picks the Seattle Seahawks over the Minnesota Vikings. She picks the Green Bay Packers over the San Francisco 49ers. That's 11 games. And then finally, for Sunday's game, Browns, Bears at First Energy Stadium on Sunday, September the 26th, 2021.
It's my boyfriend's birthday.
Oh, good for you.
Good for him, too.
How old is he going to be?
35.
35. Robbing the cradle with Mary Santora over here.
3 years.
I know. I'll be 32.
Why
You
not?
cradle robber.
Why not?
You also in the cradle robber.
Yeah. Check his ID. She picks the Cleveland Browns over the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, she does.
Yep, there you go. So there are Terry the Goat's Week 3 picks, 12 games in all. She did not pick Monday Night Football, so we won't have to wait until Tuesday to go over them. We'll go over them on Monday. But she thinks that the Browns are set to beat my Chicago Bears. We'll see. Again, I never get upset, no matter who wins, when it's Cleveland against Chicago. So obviously I would like the Bears to win, because I'll be there.
Justin Fields, first game starting.
Justin Fields, that's right. So thank you, Al, out in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Terry, for all that. And congratulations to Mary's boyfriend.
Mm-hmm. We'll be at the game on the opposite side of you. And if the Bears win, I will walk across the field and punch you in your head.
Yeah, so
I would say kick him in the nuts.
I'm gonna be sitting behind the Browns side, and you're gonna be sitting behind the Bears side.
That's why I
right?
asked if we wanted to switch. It'll be fine.
But I have much better tickets, don't I?
You don't know anything.
I think you guys have about the same tickets.
Oh, do we really?
Yeah,
okay.
we're about the same.
Okay.
Who are you going with, Alan?
Burge.
Oh.
Yeah.
You want to take him in public? Okay.
Why?
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
He's one of the funnest people we know.
Yeah, no, he's great.
He's the best. The game could end in a 0-0 tie, and you'll have the best day of your whole fall with James Burke.
Sure, yeah. He's great.
Love that guy.
Yeah, so I was going to go by myself, but I was like...
That's ridiculous.
I'm like, because everybody... You guys were all out of town, right? Everybody I knew was gone. Gwen's out of town for something. So I'm like, well, I'm going to be coming from Cox Out.
Yeah, you're already down there.
Yeah, I'm already down there, so I'm like, I'll just go by. But then I'm like, I don't look like a real creep if I'm sitting
Alone?
there by myself. Yeah. So I hit him up, and he was around. I said, let's go. So, yeah, it'll be fun. But I have to pick up the kid after. So it's like I got to manage.
Yeah.
I got to manage my Sunday.
Yeah.
I don't get wrecked.
You don't get wrecked. And it's
no,
also
I don't get wrecked.
Beers are like $13.
Alan's
you have
a
to
millionaire.
stand
It
in
doesn't
line.
matter.
Yeah, I don't
forever.
care.
It's not, and again, you're not going to, that's not who you are. The guy that goes to a football game. That would be hilarious.
Alan just absolutely annihilated a football game.
Like the guy that never gets that drunk at a Browns game.
I mean, I haven't for a while. I mean, I know
you've been.
I've been pretty
before,
blotto at sports games before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sports games.
I'm trying to think of the last sporting event I got really blotto at.
I was on a date to one of the Cavs playoff games in I was drinking, so it had to have been 2017. And I was so drunk that I passed out in my seat, and the dude was unhappy.
I bet. Now he's babysitting you.
Well, because my sisters and I had run a 5K that morning, and it was sponsored by Tito's. So we worked out essentially all morning, and then they hand you 2 drink tickets for free Tito's drinks.
Yeah.
So on an empty workout belly, we had 2 Tito's, and then we just stayed downtown from 9 a.m. until that Cavs game. So I drank downtown.
So you had 5K sweaty butt going on your date,
and I just brought a change of clothes in my car.
But you knew you eventually had a date that night,
and I thought I would be fine. I could handle it, And we start.
I'm gonna be fine by the time he shows up.
Because we start drinking, and then it's like noon, and then we go eat some food, and then by the time we're done eating, by the time we're done eating, but that's all I ate all day. By the time we're done eating, it's like 1:00, and I'm like, all right, well, he said to meet him downtown before the game at 6:00. So I
and
was
those
like,
5Ks are super early, so
yeah,
you've
it was
been
like
up
we
all
were
day.
done at like 9 a.m.
Right, but you're also going to be tired by the time Cavs time
Oh
happens.
yeah, and so I was so drunk and so tired, and I had like fought with my sister that day, and I passed out just sitting straight up, chin to chest. Just
How far
asleep.
into the game?
Oh, I don't remember much of the game at all. Like it had to have been first quarter.
First quarter,
yeah, it had
you're
to have
out.
been first quarter.
Does he wake you up, or does
No.
a noise wake you up?
I was
or?
out. I don't remember leaving that game, so I was blacked out.
Okay, but then how did you? I mean, you got out of there.
I'm assuming he took me home. That's my guess.
Was
Or
there
called me an Uber or something.
Was there follow up from him?
He was really unhappy with me, and we did not go out again after that because they were expensive tickets. They were playoff game tickets.
Yeah. So he didn't give you a second chance.
That was like our third or fourth date. So
It wasn't a first date.
No, we had known each
Oh.
other. Yeah, it wasn't great.
He goes, "There's not going to be a fifth date or a sixth."
Yeah. I was,
No, I've never done
very tired.
that. I've never done that.
I've also never done that. I don't think I've ever fallen asleep in public from drinking.
I did it at a Browns game too. The last Browns game I went to with my ex, we had gotten in a huge fight. The one that I tried to leave and tried to walk home to Berea from I was trying to walk home to where the hell did I live? Right here, Maple Heights, and I fell asleep at that game too.
Yeah.
They called it halftime nap time.
Halftime nap time. Yep. No, I think I don't know. I'd have to go back a ways to think about the last time I got really wrecked.
But like fall
at a
asleep in
sporting
public?
event.
Fall asleep in public?
Not
drunk?
fall asleep in public, but I mean like, I don't know, like it would have had to have been like a Bulls championship game in like the early 90s.
30 years ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
You were at some of those games?
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have to have been something
Mike
like
Jordan
that.
played.
What's that?
Mike Jordan played.
Mike Jordan, yes. Mike Jordan was. Scott Pippen was on the team, and yes. Yep.
Danny Rodman.
Danny Rodman. And a lot of those guys. Yeah.
Philip Jackson, the coach.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really good. Yep. Horatio Grant, I think, was on the team then. And it was a good time.
I wish I knew B.J. Armstrong's full name.
Brian James Armstrong?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. Maybe. But, yeah. No, I've never passed out. Benjamin Roy Armstrong. Huh?
Bill, you've never been annihilated at like a day game, a tribe game that did when we sucked and your ticket cost $10.
I'm saying I've never been fall asleep in public drunk.
Right, I haven't either. I don't think most people have been
I've definitely
fall asleep in public
real drunk, but I'm not fall asleep in public drunk. I'm still up and moving and having, I don't know.
He's keeping the momentum going.
I'm not puking or anything like that.
I never puked.
Right.
I hate throwing up.
Yeah. Your system just shut down.
My system said it's time to go to bed.
See, there's a difference between, we all hate throwing up, but the fact that you never did is more impressive.
Yeah.
But it's also...
I probably
You probably should have.
If I was an avid puker, I would probably still be drinking today because one of the things that sucked the most was how hungover I would be. And if I would throw up at night, I wouldn't be so hungover the next day. And so I probably, honestly, my aversion to throw up, I can probably attribute some of my sobriety to that.
But you wouldn't just put your finger down your throat.
No, never.
I used to do that all the time.
No way.
I'll do that.
Because then you reset. You're like, all right, let's
avoid the hangover or, like you said, reset.
I have taken a shot and immediately had to find a restroom because like the whiskey would get stuck and I'm like, this is going to come up right now. I gotta go. But no,
Now, this Saturday is Jim 2's bachelor party. So maybe I'll fall asleep at this one.
Oh, there you
But
go.
it could just be because
At
we're all
Topgolf?
old.
Just had a long day.
We're just,
8:30 p.m.
We played Topgolf for like an hour and a half, and we are just beat.
Oh, I had 2 old fashions.
Yep. Made myself a sandwich, and then I sat on the couch.
A lot of carbs in those fries.
Oh
It's
God!
really
I had the cheddar fries.
A food coma. Yeah.
Oh, there was the home improvement marathon on, and I just got sucked in. I got sucked in. Okay, I got a break. If you want to get a text, 35192 to do that. Tribe game tonight, 2nd of 2 against the White Sox at 6:10 here on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory. Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. YouTube live stream as well. Thanks to Walt Hambalamps for helping out earlier today. Tribe game tonight, second of two. They lost that first one today, doubleheader. First one against the White Sox went down 7-2. So they'll start up again tonight. 6:10 here on MMS. We'll join at first pitch. Get out of here a couple minutes earlier. You all right over there?
Yeah.
You okay? You warm?
Logs, yeah.
Logs.
No, I'm freezing, which is why I have this stupid blanket.
Oh, I love this weather so much.
It's cold in here today. I think we can all agree
It is
on
chilly
that.
in here today.
I'm learning how to massage the logs.
Ooh.
It is a little chilly in here, but I mean, the outside weather.
It's as cold as it is outside.
Pop that up a little bit.
It's 55 degrees in here.
But you're also going back and forth from the banana growing room.
I love that room.
It's so hot in there, and it's ridiculous.
It's
like
it.
85.
That's what we set it at. Me and Jason agreed that we can set the temperature of the room at 85. It's probably 75 in the room. 78, maybe.
It's too hot. I won't do any more work in there.
Makes you a little nappy poo.
All these people texting me with their
Pass out drunk
stories. I fell asleep at a strip club. It was my bachelor party.
Oh, that's okay.
I was going to say that
You can be that drunk that day.
Doesn't sound that strange.
Not on a fourth date and $300 tickets.
I took a girl tailgating at the Browns game, and she got so drunk when we got to the game that she passed out and then threw up all over herself in her seat.
Oh.
Was that one you?
No, that one wasn't me. I
Okay,
don't
she
throw
doesn't
up.
throw up.
My brother hates when I tell this story, but I'm going to tell it anyways. He got drunker than I did on my 21st birthday. And this is why I can't take him places, because he can't hang. You know, I was, don't tell anybody, drinking underage in college. So, you know, I kind of had my bearings. I kind of knew my limit. And for whatever reason, I think he was trying to show me up. And he was like, oh, wow, I never got the college experience, so I want to try it. And he came down and partied with all my friends for my 21st birthday. And he was lit. And he fell into a pile of mulch. Walking home, he fell twice. Once he fell over a crack in the sidewalk, and just like, I'm walking, I'm like, hurry up, we need to get home because you drunk. And then all of a sudden I turn around, he's on the ground, and you know he's a big guy, so he's kind of like rolling a little bit, trying to get his footing.
Like a turtle on its back.
Yeah.
And then let me watch you poop. He's walking again, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I have to babysit you on my birthday.
And how much older? He's only a couple years older
He's
than you.
3
isn't he?
years older.
3
than
years
me.
older.
So we're
okay.
in the same peer group. We technically can have the same friends, but we don't. And I turned around, and he's just...
Was it that he just didn't go out that often, or what was it? He just has a low tolerance.
I think he was just excited for me.
Right.
Like,
Doing
sure.
shots.
He
and-
never had the college experience. He didn't go to college, and it was kind of overwhelming because, you know, we had a kegger. Then I had my college friends, you know, trying to make me do the keg stand, and you know, and then we had Dizzy Bat. Then we had
Oh God, Dizzy Bat.
we had Dizzy Bat, and then we went out to the bars. So
Yeah.
the bars were the very
pregame
last.
got him.
And he's there like all up in the seat trying to hit on like a waitress, and I'm like, bro, it's not happening. And then the waitress gave me her number.
There's his giggle. His little Anderson Cooper
Mm-hmm.
giggle, right? Remember how Anderson Cooper used to giggle all the time?
No.
Oh, he's so hot.
That is a giggle.
Yeah, we would play the Anderson Cooper. See, that is a giggle. I wasn't drunk, but I fell asleep at a Ramones concert.
Oh.
The Agora. Signed, Gwen, not your wife. How do you fall asleep at a Ramones show?
Yeah,
I
that's
guess,
a weird one.
Yeah.
You're just that tired.
Alan, last week's Browns game, the girl in front of me was asleep right after halftime, slept through the touchdown cannon. She spilled beer down her bra. That's a good time.
Wow.
Especially this season when tickets are so expensive.
There's no reason.
There's no reason to be that drunk.
Alan, I got blackout at Put in Bay this weekend and had to ride a jet ski home.
Oh, goodness. Dude, you missed
I didn't even know
that
Put in Bay
ferry.
was still open now.
It's got to be the end of the season. I mean, well, you know what? You can go there. It's still a
Just there's not as many
functioning
people there,
society.
yeah.
It's just not like party time
And
crazy.
it was still pretty warm last week, too. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
And
in
I'm
the
sure they do
70s.
like Halloween stuff. They would have to, right?
I don't know.
I
I've
don't
only been
know
there one
either.
time, so I don't.
I think I've only been there like twice. I woke up in a cabin that wasn't mine. Oh my goodness. I woke up in an empty cabin with no phone. Nobody was in this
What
cabin.
an adventure your life was.
I know, right?
Just so for someone that has anxiety, you definitely medicated yourself right out of
Heavily.
having that anxiety.
Well, it's funny when Cody tells stories about like not wanting to be old or like he's in his 30th year and he scoffs at it and he gets all upset. I'm like, man, I lived my life. I'm happy. I have my stories. I had my experiences, and I'm very glad to be done
You
with it.
packed a lot in
I did.
to a relatively short period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just think about what really makes me anxious is because I know what I survived. I know how lucky I've gotten thus far, and I don't want to push my luck is my problem. That's why I'm so anxious now. All the time.
What push your luck in what way?
Like I'm not as promiscuous or scandalous with sex anymore.
I see what you mean.
Because
you're pushing 30.
But I'm talking about I went from, and I hope my mom's not listening, but I went from losing my virginity at 19 to then being in probably like the hundreds by the time I'm 24.
Yeah.
So
you just
I-
went all out.
And because I didn't know how to respond. I had never been around gay people before, and it was a
You're having fun,
free for
yeah.
all. And no one.
Yay!
My mom told me about don't get AIDS, but she ain't say anything else about STDs.
Right.
And stuff. And
Honey, have fun. Don't get AIDS, and not the diet candies. Don't get real AIDS.
Like giving sloppies and stuff to people who could have clearly killed me, ignoring all the rules.
Oh, yeah.
Like even when I was probably like not even graduated high school yet, I was probably just turned 18 or maybe even 17, printing out MapQuest directions because this is before maps.
Yeah.
Printing out MapQuest directions to go to this guy's house in Avon Lake. Lived by himself. There was no one home. His grandmother died and left him the house. So I could have just been gone and no one would have ever known where I was because I wasn't telling my mom because I wasn't necessarily out and she wouldn't let me go hook up with a dude. So the reason why I'm so anxious now is because I know what I survived. And I'm like, my luck's, I'm going to stop pushing my luck. It's going to run out.
Right. But that shouldn't make you anxious for the future. Just don't do those things anymore.
I know, but I'm like, can't I have
But he knows
a
himself.
couple free cards?
He
Exactly.
knows he's going to want to.
I'm accustomed to a certain
He's
lifestyle.
not disciplined. I'm accustomed.
I'm black and I'm gay.
I had no discipline, no self-control. I'm like, whoever wants to put it can put it. Like, I don't care.
I've had 2 summers like that.
I was
It's
making
fine.
up for, you feel like you're making up for lost time. It's
I
like,
was. I had a high school sweetheart, and then I turned 21 and was single for the first time. And I was working at a bar, and I was hot cheerleader body. It was like, oh my God.
because all my friends in high school,
Let go.
they experienced
It's fine.
losing their virginity and having girlfriends. And when I got to college, my roommates just, it went from, oh, wow, I've never had a gay roommate before. This should be a new experience, to utter disgust. And it wasn't like they hated gay people. They
hated you.
They were disgusted at the fact that it would just be a dude there using our bathroom, washing off, leaving, and then another dude coming up our fire escape right after him.
Get a revolving door installed.
And they did. And they're like, are men like this? Are gay men like this? You can just do that? Like, doesn't he smell the D breath on you? Like, he was like, doesn't he care?
right.
But that's what he was saying. And so I think I really ruined a lot of, like, images in people's minds. Of gay people.
Gotta have hoe phases, though. They're important. They make you anxious about your future, see? They've calmed you down.
They're important to make you anxious about your future.
Parking on the side of roads, like, I'm skeptical
You
now.
keep an eye on every little bump that pops up years later.
Yes. Because they're like, have you, you always go in and I'm like, it's just a razor bump. And the doctor will always ask, well, have you been exposed to HPV? I'm like, well, hell, I don't know.
Yes,
Probably.
that answer's yes.
Who hasn't?
Yeah.
I'm like, sure. They're like, well, can you, like, if they ever tell me to list my partners, I'm like, homie.
You just open Grindr and just go, whoop,
Right.
just like scroll through.
Throw a dart at a phone book. I don't know what to tell you.
Copy and paste. So, like, that's the type of stuff I worry about. I'm like, I'm going to be the whore that gave everybody something accidentally.
Is Poundcake going through his phone? Alan Cody is right. Being a whore is so great. I've been with 35 men in the past 2 years.
Good for you.
But I kind of slowed down because of exactly what he said. There you go, right? That's a good time.
35, that's 3 men a month.
And that's
For
all well
2
and
years.
fine. But
there's some math there.
But when you're protected and you're like cautious about it, like I was completely reckless, meeting people at their house, meeting people behind alleys and cars and
never did that.
bathrooms.
In alleys?
Yes.
It's like an Applebee's, but it's called alleys.
No.
Find a place to go. Go back to your car.
It happened to be a place like this dude's getting a drink at a bar. He's
the alley of a bar, I see.
Yeah, and I'm on Grindr and he's literally 59 feet away. I'm like, hey, where are you? Oh, I'm at this bar. I'm like, oh, I'm there too. He's like, I'm going to go smoke. You want to come have a smoke with me? I'm like,
were you dumb at first? Like, nah, I don't smoke, bitch.
No, I'm okay.
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I'll come.
Oral fixation. I get it. Okay.
So you went to borrow a fact is what you're saying.
That's not what we're saying. No.
Yeah, my whole phase after my divorce was about 2 years, and it was good, but it was never anything compared to these two.
Like literally,
it was.
I wasn't alley banging. I mean,
0 to 100.
I had, after my high school sweetheart and I broke up, I was in college and it was just easy. It's just easy in college. It's just everywhere.
Well,
And I
you're a
worked at
woman. It's
bar
automatically easy.
And then after my ex and I called off our wedding, I had moved to Lakewood, and that was the first time in my life I could walk to bars. So then I was like, wow. I don't even have to get a DUI. Like, this is wild.
I don't even have to risk my life to have some fun.
I can walk to meet somebody. Wow,
I've got arm's length penis in every direction.
Right,
I don't have to get behind the wheel of a car.
Like the stuff that I did, I was just so easy to please. Like I slept with a guy because he had AC and I didn't. Like he had air.
I know some girls like that.
Yeah, he had air conditioning.
Cody just needed a place to stay.
But
Like homeless.
he lived in a upper level, and we had a whole house, but my room was on the 3rd floor, and it was the attic room, and the windows like pulled out, so you couldn't put an AC in there. So
like the roller ones.
Yeah,
where
it was a really old house.
That's really annoying.
So yeah, I didn't have air conditioning. I just had a stupid fan, and he lived right across the street from me, and he was not cute.
But you weren't really there during the summer, right?
No, yeah, I did.
You stayed there for the summer?
We paid. It was a year lease, so
Okay.
you paid rent all year. So I was gonna stay there most definitely. And he was over there, and when I tell you he was not cute, Mary, he looked like Jack Black with a bald spot, and he was probably.
So you were so uncomfortable that this guy, the air conditioning was worth this troll.
Black Jack Black.
Yeah,
No, bald Jack Black.
No, he had hair, but it was just like he had
A little sunroof.
a helipad.
Well, I don't mean the specifics. I mean all that, as you describe him, was still worth the air conditioning.
Because I'm like, I don't have to have sex with this dude. Like, I'm like, he's not going to want to have sex, right? Like, I'm just going to go over there. He might want to kiss my neck a little bit. We could cuddle. He's not going to want to have sex. So I kept putting it in my head that he doesn't want to have sex. So I'm like, even if he does, I'm like, maybe I'll just give him a hander and then say I'm tired. And
I'm tired.
And then, of course, he's like, all right, come on. I'm like,
you know that 3 minutes of work I just put in? Oh, man,
So
I am beat.
I'm going to have to.
You're beat, and now I'm beat.
Well, Bill, didn't Skinny Bill put up some numbers?
Oh, yeah, I put up numbers, but it was like, I couldn't just say, hey, meet me here. Like, it was like.
You had to work for it.
Yeah, I had to buy him drinks and work for it still.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't that situation where I could just be like, let's just meet here, bang. Like, it was all a little more calculated. Like, there were a few that were, like, girls just kind of coming over, like, randomly, but for the most part, I had to put in a little bit of effort.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was,
a date or two.
Yeah, usually a date or two.
Alan, tell Poundcake that just because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to get laid real easily. It's easier for a man to get laid than it is a woman. That's patently false.
That's incorrect.
I don't know if you just
It's easier for a
arrived
gay
here
man.
from a foreign country or... Yeah, no one thinks that.
Ever.
Poundcake doesn't want to be patient zero.
What does that mean?
His window is pulled out, but he didn't.
Did you post the Terry pics to the Facebook page?
No, but I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
People asking me, they get into it. They like
They
to know the
bet
pics,
on
so-
the goat.
Yep. I didn't have time to do it before the show. I will do it after the show. I will post Terry's Week 3 picks at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page. I'll be happy to do that. Yeah, I've never...
You've had hoe phases.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah, you were
I imagine
divorced.
his is
Come on.
more like mine, where you would still have to do a little bit of work.
But you lived in bigger cities too, though, so it had to have been. There's the pool was bigger.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
I'm sure you had your share of.
I have
one-night
no
stands and-
complaints.
It was
So as a result, I didn't have to do something I didn't want to do just because they had air conditioning.
Yeah.
Mary's math is way wrong. That chick, it's more like 1.5 a month. Yes, not 3 a month.
She said 36 a year.
No, she said 35 in 2 years.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
she said 35 a year. Oh,
No,
never
that
mind.
would be a lot.
That was like, man, that's every 3 weeks, girl. Good for you.
Yeah, put some ice on that.
I had 1 week where it was like 4 in a week, and I'm like, I gotta take a break. This is too much.
I had 2 in one night one time, and I was like 20 or I don't even know if I was 21 yet.
On 2 separate occasions, they weren't there at the same time.
I left one house to go to another, and I felt so disgusting with
Why?
because I was like, what a
You could have stopped.
I could have, but then afterward I was laying there and I was like, I will never do that again. And I hadn't. I've never done that again. That happened one time and I felt so bad about myself.
'Cause it was
and
too
so
much work?
gross. No, it just felt so slutty, like just so skeezy and like
there was one time we were at this was in college. We were playing I think it was Spin the Bottle or something like that. Or it wasn't Spin the Bottle or like Truth or Dare. Some game and where we all sit in a circle and they were asking questions. And you had to answer honestly, of course. And they were like, raise your hand or something. Oh, never have I ever. That's
put a
what it
finger
was.
down, yeah.
Yeah, put a finger down if you've ever had an STD. I was the only person in my circle of gays that hadn't that was at this party that hadn't had an STD. And I'm like, all of you have had an STD?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, you haven't? I'm like, what?
Making you feel weird?
And what makes me feel weird is I slept with most people in the circle. I'm like, so either it was before or after. So y'all didn't give me this information? And so obviously I got tested and I was clean.
What if that's how they were telling you to get checked?
Right.
That's what I'm
Everyone put a
saying.
finger down.
They're like, you haven't had one? I mean, it's just chlamydia. I'm like, what do you mean it's
Just chlamydia. I guess that's how some people go about it, though. They're like,
It's just an
"Oh,
infection."
It's just this. It's just
Take
that.
a pill. You'll be fine.
So that's why I'm like, I am in the minority, so I'm not going to try it because I'm still not going. I don't know if this real would, but I have never had an STD, and I don't want to experience that. But my gays tell me, they're like, it's not that bad. You get a shot.
Right, but this show has me extra terrified of STDs because of things like super chlamydia and all the ways
exactly.
that they leak
Yeah.
it. So now it's
Dr.
like,
Berglund
yeah, I'll
talking
be
about,
safe.
yeah.
When I went to Alaska and they're like, oh yeah, we have a form of gonorrhea that's what do they say? What's the word? Antibiotics
Impervious?
don't
Impervious to antibiotics.
antibiotics
resistant
don't work on
to
it.
Yeah.
Because we walked in and there's condoms everywhere. I went to that comedy festival in Anchorage a couple years ago in 2019. And every bar we went into had bowls of condoms. And I was like, yo, are people just banging up here? And one of the people who was from Alaska was like, well, first of all, the number of men to women is 10 to 1.
Right.
So there's a lot of STDs already. And she was like, and there's a lot of like military guys who just kind of do whatever
Yep.
when they're up here.
It's really hard to get leather pants off.
Well, and she was just like, yeah, we have super gonorrhea. You can't use antibiotics. I'm like, oh my God. Like, you guys all just know. She goes, that's why the bars put condoms out.
Yeah, we're renaming the city Cankerage. Alan, I got divorced in February of 2003. My number then was 12. I was a bouncer in the Merriman Valley, and my number by that August was 62.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Merriman Valley?
I've never heard of that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think they're talking about like the valley.
Like in Akron?
In Akron, because it's
Yeah, I
on
think
Merriman
Oh,
Road.
there you go.
But like, I don't even know my number. Like,
I don't know either.
I lost count. Like when I was counting when I was still in college, because I was like, it's cool, man.
I used to have a list on my phone.
I had
A list.
Mm-hmm.
I had
Now, did the one have a parenthetical notation? 2 in one night.
No, that was that would no.
You listed them separately.
I listed them.
Oh, okay.
Technically separate occasions. There were
Is
separate
it
locations.
over 50?
Yes.
Okay.
I separated mouth stuff.
See,
and
like
then,
I'm around 50, and I'm the lowest on the show, I'm guessing.
I'm probably a ballpark would be about 100. Would be my guess. I'm not over. I wouldn't say I'm over 100. I'd say I'm probably I'm probably around like 75 would be my guess.
You should try it, Levi.
All right, I'll try it. How's it go?
It goes like this. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. Who's got the clap? I do, I do.
Well, that looks like a lot of fun. I want the clap too.
It's really easy. Anyone can get the clap. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. Who wants the clap? I do, I do.
Now you guys, wait a minute. I want the clap too. Now it goes jeepers. I want the clap too.
We've got the clap and we're giving it to you. We've got the clap and we're giving it to you. We've got the clap and we're giving it to you. Who's got the clap? We do, we do.
Cody's dance moves surprised me that he's been with so many people.
It's the best.
Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean? I was the bottom for all of them.
What did you say in this week's episode of the Poundcake podcast? Why didn't you take dancing lessons as a kid?
Oh, because I didn't want to be labeled as a queer.
Yeah, your brother. By your brother, by the way, not people.
He's like, don't do that. He's like, you're just setting yourself up.
Yeah, why would you want to learn how to do that better?
Move your hips.
But you got to wear tights and stuff, and I know what he's thinking at.
Duh.
In dance class, like.
You don't have to wear tights in dance class.
But that's what he was thinking. Coming from a kid's point of view, like
Some in a tutu.
I see.
You're going to be doing ballet. Like they'll teach you it all, but he was like, you're just setting yourself up.
Yeah.
And I kind of agreed at that point. I wasn't mature enough to handle that type of scrutiny.
Okay, I got to take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192. Tribe game tonight, second of 2 against the White Sox is coming up at 6:10 on MMS.
It's the Alan.
Little Sammy Hagar. He was on the show a couple of weeks ago. He came down to do a benefit show for Akron Children's Hospital at the Agora. It was a great, great show. And I always like talking to Sammy Hagar. He's got a book coming out. And he talks about how he was abducted by aliens. He said everybody thinks that he's nuts, but it absolutely happened. This is mid-90s right here. He got abducted before that. I thought maybe Marching to Mars was the result of that abduction, but this was his first solo album after Van Halen. So you're talking whatever that was, 96, 97. But Sammy Hagar is now loud and proud about the fact that makes me wonder what his new tequila is full of, but he wants everybody to know that it's a real thing and that it happened to him. And if you don't believe, you're crazy. We are crazy if we don't believe in aliens and Sammy Hagar's alien abduction. I wish he would have mentioned that on this show. Hey,
Yeah,
so happy
man.
to be coming in to do the charity show at the Agora. By the way, I got abducted by aliens. I mean, that's a clunky transition, but I wish you would have done it.
FYI.
F-Y-Izzle, aliens.
If you could lead me into that, that'd be great.
On that story for us.
Is it true? Yes, it is true. You don't go around saying stuff like that. You know, people call you a nut. I've been, you know, everybody that's ever asked me about that expects me to try to backpedal. 100% happened. 4 o'clock in the morning, pitch black, dead sleep. I felt like I was being programmed. I like someone was tapping into me, like it was a string from my head.
It's always when somebody's asleep.
Yeah, it's almost as if it's some sort of dream or sleep paralysis or something else that could explain it away. But that's what the aliens
Like
would do.
if I'm walking around and I get abducted in the day, you know, broad daylight.
Around a bunch of people.
Well, but you're telling me that aliens that can traverse galaxies, superior advancements to us, can't find a way to abduct someone in broad daylight and not have other people see? That seems unlikely. Again, I don't know anything about aliens. I'll defer to Sammy. He's been abducted, not me.
Head to 13 miles up on a mountain place called Lyle Creek, and I know right where it was. This little foothills. At the foothills, there was an object there. There was 2 people in it, 2 creatures in it, and it was I want to say it was 64, 65. It was so there was no remote control. Yeah. There was no satellites. There was no computers.
Just tons and tons of drugs. I don't know what he was doing in 1965. And I don't know if and I don't even know if that everybody associates abductions with, ye old anal probe. But I don't know if that's the case either. We'll have to find out.
That's the alley that Cody was in.
The anal probe.
The ye old.
Ye old anal. They had a shingle hanging out there and a couple of bells.
I'm blessed, y'all. I'm blessed to be here with y'all.
But I sensed they were tapping into me somehow. And they went, oh, he's waking up. All mental telepathy, the communication went in my head. He's waking up. They yelled out a numerical code, not of our numerical system, as I, and it went.
Oh, that's my favorite part.
What was that?
That was the numerical code.
How does he know it was numbers? Well,
Huh?
how did he know it was numbers if it was in a language he didn't understand?
Well, because apparently the mental telepathy made it clear to him that those were numbers. Maybe they, I don't know. He just inferred that from them.
Yea, my sandala diddy, I see koshantala lolosi. Yea, my sandala diddy, I see koshantaya. Thank you, Jesus.
Now, those aren't numbers.
You don't know that.
That's just a crazy person. Sammy Hagar, he's got some numbers. He's like, God, if I'd been playing the alien lottery, it would have been great.
I just told Bill I didn't win the Powerball last night, just so everybody knows.
Oh, I assumed that you didn't win by the fact that you didn't tell us you won. Because
Nobody
the
would
words,
ever
first words
know.
out of your mouth would have been, I won the Powerball.
I would keep it a secret.
You would keep that a secret?
But you would just see myself and all of my family suddenly doing better.
Yeah. Riding on them Kenneth Copeland jets.
Mm-hmm.
You would not be able to keep it a secret.
No. You said you're
Maybe
not a good
off
liar.
You wouldn't be able to say it on the air, but if you won the Powerball, I can't talk today. Powerball, you would immediately start screaming.
Yes.
I would flip out.
We all would.
Yeah.
If any one of us won the Powerball, we'd start. First of all, I'd have to start playing. But then that would be the amazing thing. I won. I didn't play.
Crazy. You could find a ticket on the ground. That's what happened in. Oh no, it isn't. What? Yeah, no. Vegas Vacation. That old man was playing Keno, died, dropped his numbers. Could happen to you, Alan.
It couldn't because I don't look at the ground, Mary. When I walk, my head's held high. I'm looking at the sky.
How optimistic of you.
I'm looking at people in their eyes. My face isn't on the ground. Anyway.
Just looking at people like too long eye contact, just staring
yes.
as they walk by, not
as they walk past, I turn my head and I just keep going.
Our numerical system is like, and it went, and I could almost feel the plug like an electrical charge leaving, zapped into their ship, put a light on in the ship where I see shadows of these creatures, and I woke up in my house and my bed. My room was infinity white. I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed. My eyes were open, and all of a sudden, bam! It just went black, and it was the time it was, and I broke sweat, and I was shaking. And
this is a very detailed story, by the way.
Yeah, lies are never detailed.
Well, I don't know that. I'm not saying he's lying.
What, you're saying he's misremembering?
No, I don't know what he's thinking.
Now, does he? If every time he tells a story, he says the exact same numbers in that other language?
Oh, that would be
then
something.
he might be onto something.
I don't know that he's ever verbalized the story before, but you would be onto something there.
I felt like my body was so drained, from that moment on, I believed in UFOs. I started looking into astronomy. I became a junior astronomer, and I started figuring out. Till before that day, I never even looked at the sky and thought of anything except, boy, there's a lot of stars out tonight. You know, I was looking at the ground. Looking at the ground. Looking at the ground.
He's looking at the ground.
But yeah, very unique experience, and from that day on, I believe hard in the universe and UFOs and creatures. The thought of us being the only ones in this giant universe, when you know a little bit about astronomy, you know how big the universe is and what a speck of nothing we are.
Yep.
That to think that we're the only ones is pretty screwy.
Those are two I've always thought those are two competing thoughts there. Given how large the universe is it statistically probable that we are the only ones in it? Probably not. But insofar as aliens having come down here, there would by now be some proof.
But there
had that
are
happened.
Unexplained flying objects.
Crop circles.
Yeah, there are UFOs.
There's
sure.
UFOs, and
But they're talking about aliens.
I know, but I'm saying there's crafts that we can explain being in the sky. So there's a chance that those things are happening. There's actually something where I go, maybe that happened. I don't know. I haven't experienced it, so I don't know. But I definitely believe in aliens.
You do?
I don't know if they are visiting our planet, but I don't rule it out.
You're saying there's probably something else out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
sense.
sense.
Of course, there's absolutely something else out there. Like, that seems pretty obvious, right? Like, there's got to be something
I mean,
else.
if you believe in infinite universes and things, I mean, it would be there's probably a civilization somewhere else going, there's no way there's anybody else out there.
Mm-hmm. All I'm saying is that there's no evidence to support it.
That's right. Thank you, Mary.
You're
right.
welcome.
Yes. So far, no evidence to support that belief. Sammy Hagar.
But I don't get contentious with people when they say something like that.
No,
I
not
just don't
contentious.
know.
Yeah,
I know.
fine.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying there are people when you say, well, there's no evidence for that, they go, blah, 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 blah.
They get very upset.
People are crazier than the guys that believe in UFOs. But I think there's a whole bunch of different ones. It's not just there's not just one. They're all over out there. There's all kinds of dimensions, and I don't think they were programming me. I think they were just interested, like we do with animals. So they had advanced technology.
It would be weird for all of this to be absolutely true, but every time you tell the story or anything like it, people go, This guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Just got to have faith that they're out there.
Well, I guess it would be nice.
They were sucking my brain to see what I knew. And by me catching them, enlightened me. I didn't learn anything. They didn't put something in my brain, make me special. I don't believe that at all. I just believe that by having that experience and realizing that...
So somewhere out there's an alien Van Halen cover band.
Oh, that's what they were doing.
They read his brain.
If they were sucking out your brain to see what you knew, what would they find? Because they'd suck out my brain and be like, Jack Casino pays out blackjack 6 to 5. I don't know why we need to know that.
Well, that's one small bit. We don't even know everything that's in our brain.
Right.
So if an alien came and extracted all the information from any one of our brains and showed it to us, we'd be like, oh, my God, wow, look at that.
Yeah.
You know? Gwen and I were watching, I think, on Repressed Memories, and she said that...
Oh, no.
Well, no, she said, because obviously there's some controversy over that, too, but she said that in college somebody had made the analogy to her in a philosophy class or something that your brain is like a gumball machine. And that there are gumballs on the bottom, and then more and more gumballs go on top.
That's why I keep coughing up quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And just the analogy that those gumballs on the bottom would be impossible to access, but they're still there. And the ones that are on top are, more recent. I didn't quite understand the analogy, but it seemed to make sense at the time, and why not?
That
I
one
don't know.
could get lost in there.
Could get lost in there.
I always heard it as like your brain is like an attic, and the things that are not relevant and important is like a box that you just push all the way to the back. You're like, oh, I don't need this. This doesn't do anything for me. And then until you start unpacking the rest of the attic is when you're like, oh, I forgot. Wow, this box I didn't even remember was up here.
There's my Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Happened. My brain went boop. It's like taking acid. My mind expanded, and I started searching for, the truth.
It was like taking acid.
And also, I was on acid at the time.
Also, I was a little sleepy on acid. But
sleepy on acid.
Do you get sleepy on acid? I don't do hallucinogenics.
I didn't.
I don't know.
No.
And I still am.
And that was in the early 60s?
You only got sleepy at like baseball games and stuff.
Beer made me very sleepy.
Beer made me sleepy.
I didn't drink it, but like taking a nap. Who knows it?
That's right. Yeah, so Sammy Hagar, he's got a few things, and he's loud proud about them.
Man, if it makes you happy to study aliens, just study the aliens.
That's right. People pointed that's what they call the Fermi paradox. Enrico Fermi Lab in Batavia, Illinois. The Fermi paradox is the contradiction between the fact that we don't have evidence for extraterrestrial life and the fact that the probability of it is probably very, very high. Especially now in a time where everyone has cameras.
Is there anything else like that?
Huh?
That we don't have evidence of, but the probability of it existing is high?
Girls who can drive.
Oh, boy.
Am
Boom,
I right?
high five, yeah,
Hi-oh!
there you go.
Hi! Women, be shopping.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's going to be okay.
Everything's going to be okay. Van Halen, people are saying. There you go.
Yeah.
You nailed it. Thank you.
Van Halen's very funny.
Van Halen.
What were you alluding to, Mary?
I was just asking if anybody could come up with anything, and then Alan knocked it out of the park with the female
You're
driver.
welcome. Alan, I cook in a restaurant. When customers ask how long for their food, I reply, more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. So thank you. There you go. Remember when Mary was certain she was going to win the Vax-A-Million?
I was, and I did.
You were very sure that you were on track to win the Vax-A-Million.
How do you guys know that I didn't?
Again, you would have screamed it from the top of this building.
They also reported the names of the
No,
people
they
that
didn't.
won.
Not mine.
Not
My
yours?
name is Agatha Berthen.
Agatha Berthen. Guys, I need to tell you something.
Burthen.
Isn't your whole family name Santora? I am Agatha Berthen.
You guys would know. You guys would know for sure. I wouldn't have to tell you. I would tell you guys, but like the public would know because I would instantly improve every aspect of my life. I'd buy a house. I'd buy cars. I'd give all my family money. I'd give you guys money.
You know what they say about Mo money, Mary?
No problems.
Mo problems. Mo
could
money,
hire-
mo problems.
I could hire
Mo meaning more.
landscapers.
Mo is short for more.
Landscapers for my mo problems.
Do you guys do lawnscaping? I need my lawn scaped. Yeah.
What's that show?
The Lawnscapers?
Where the
Show?
hillbillies make the money on the oil.
The Beverly Hillbillies.
That would be me.
You were halfway
That
there.
would be me and my family moving to Bracknell.
Get a cement pond.
That's exactly
Yeah.
what we would be.
Next thing you know, old mayor's a millionaire. Millionaire. Move away from there. Get away from Berea. Rocky River is the place you want to be. So they loaded up the truck. Yeah. Well, you know.
I'd give you each, if I won $490 million, say we get $350 of that, I would give you each $100,000.
You'd give us each $100,000?
Is that not enough?
I don't
That's
know.
more than enough. I didn't
Why
have
wouldn't you give each one of
$100,000.
us $1 million?
Do you want $1 million? I'll give you $1 million. I got a lot of people I need to give money to.
I don't need Agatha Berthen giving me $1 million, all right? No, I don't need your Berthen money.
Yeah, don't do that, though. Don't just give away
Why?
all your money.
I would save some of it. I could save $5 million and live forever.
I was going to say, if you had $350 million, you wouldn't be giving it all away.
$345 million I could give away
Right.
if I wanted to.
You don't know 350 people to each give $1
That's
million.
where you're wrong.
She
Remember
will
that
make
number
new
count?
friends. Yeah, you know when she goes to the grocery store, she's making friends. She's like, hey, I like your sweater. Do you want $1 million?
I wouldn't give him $1 million. I give him $1,000. I already said this. I already am on record. There's a tweet. Dig it up. There's a tweet where I said, if I were to be like a millionaire, I would hand out hundreds to people who do nice things. That I see them helping an old lady cross the street.
I think it would be
or-
a blast to take $10 million and
old
find 10
lady-
people and give them $1 million apiece.
Yeah.
That would be so much fun.
The helping an old lady cross the street thing is such a ridiculous trope.
What?
When do you ever see an
when do you
old
ever see
lady
that?
trying to
Yeah.
get across the street? They're either in those scooters, which easily can traverse curbs.
How do you think
Seems
I-
like all terrain.
How do you think I became Agatha Berthen? I
Oh,
was
your
helping her
secret
cross
identity.
the street.
Oh, and you assumed her identity.
She fell.
You murdered her.
I didn't murder anything.
You took her social, and that's why
She
nobody
had
knows
it
that.
on her.
I just think of,
After you rifled through her purse, okay, old bag, give me that. The marble rye all over again.
think of grandma trying to cross the street and then somebody just randomly coming up like, can I help you cross the
By
street?
the elbow?
She'd be like, what the heck? Get away from me, weirdo.
No, I mean like old, like 90.
What are you, a Boy Scout? You
What
trying
do
to
you-
get your Weeblo badge?
I can't think of the last time I saw a 90-year-old woman trying to cross the street.
Well, you're not on streets enough.
I'm on the streets every day.
You're just not around enough old ladies.
Yeah, that's what
I
it is.
live
gotta go with
around
the
a
old-
lot of old ladies.
Yeah, you got to go where the old ladies hang out.
I do go
Go to the
there.
retirement community and see.
Listen, there's a bunch of old ladies that live in my building, and
And you haven't helped one cross the street, Bill.
I've held
What a
elevators
disgrace.
for them and held doors for them. But there's
Sure, I'd give you $100 for that.
okay. But
Helping
they
old ladies across the street is, that's part of a bygone era.
Yeah.
Is
like
it?
he said, yes, now they'd be like, get away from me. Don't touch.
I'm a feminist.
Would you like me to help you across the street, Miss Berthen?
Anything nice is the point.
I have no ulterior motive.
Anything nice. Anything.
Define nice.
Anything that is a nice thing you don't have to do. Holding the door open for someone. You don't have to do that.
You don't have to do
Complimenting
anything
a
like
stranger's hair. Hey, sir.
You're going to be out of money so fast.
I
Because
enjoy
people are
your
going to
shirt.
catch on to this and you just
Complimenting
do
a
nice
stranger's
things around
hair.
her.
Giving out compliments for no reason. Hey,
But they're doing him now that there's an you're
they don't know
incentivizing
me.
it. Oh.
I have-
You have to
Word
catch them in the
spreads.
wild.
Yes, in the wild, I have different wigs.
Wait, is that Agatha Berthen? No, that's Mary Santora. She's like Moon Knight. All right, I've got to take a break. If you are on hold to get you on the way back, you want to send a text 35192. Tribe game, the second of two today, other half of that doubleheader.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to text. Got that Tribe game here. Second of 2 today against the White Sox. 7-2 Chicago is the first one. We'll get to the second one here shortly. Hey, Joe in Solon. What's going on?
Hey, Alan.
How are you, man?
Good. First little fun fact. My high school mascot is the hillbilly.
Nice.
Wait, what was your high school?
Fredonia High School in New York, Western New York, just a suburb of Buffalo.
Wow, Fredonia Hillbillies.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, mazel tov.
The other thing I want to talk about, you talking about all these UFO sightings. I've been, thinking about that a lot lately. Well, not a lot, a little. And, like 20 years ago, how many, people going up in space was just NASA, right? And the Russians and whatever. And now you got billionaires with money that they don't know what to do with, and they're going up in space, right? So is it just a correlation that there are more UFO sightings and there are also over 1 million millionaires out there these days? Is it at all possible that these UFOs are millionaires with nothing to do with their time and money, but to invent some kind of drone that looks like a spaceship or some really high-tech stuff that is undetectable?
Listen, anything's possible. I mean, we also spend $800 billion on military, so I mean, who knows? Yeah, it's all possible. I mean, it's not. Bezos and those guys, they're not even going into space. They're going into low Earth orbit.
They're touching space.
Right, sure. Well, I'm touching space when I put my hand out in my car, Joe. I mean, it's right there. It's all right there. I'm surrounded by it. Yeah, I don't know. You could be onto something. I don't know. I mean, Bezos looks like one of those green men that. Okay, thank you, Joe. There's Joe, the pride of Fredonia, New York, and the Hillbillies. Is that what you said, Fredonia?
Mm-hmm.
Outside Buffalo?
I've done the Fredonia Theater.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm.
And how was it? Did they treat you well?
Yeah, it was really fun.
Oh, good for you.
Start with me.
There is a plastic surgeon in Michigan who's gone viral for a couple of TikTok videos. Crazy things that you don't know about plastic surgery. And one of them I had never heard of before. But I guess it's legit. I mean, he's a doctor and all that, but I didn't know if he was just faking to get people to pay attention to him.
Here are 3 crazy things you didn't know about plastic surgery. If you smoke and have a breast reduction, your nipples can turn black and fall off. You'll have, no nipples.
Okay, so if you... I've never heard of that before, and I imagine there are probably a lot of women who smoke and get breast reduction surgery.
Yeah. That seems kind of common, right?
Your nipples can turn black.
And fall off.
I dated a girl who smoked and had breast reduction, and if I had been privy, if I had seen firsthand black nipples, that would have been intense. That would have been some crazy, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Honey, I think we got to break up. You don't have any nipples.
No, she does. They're just crunchy and black.
You said they can turn black and fall off.
Yeah.
But the way I'm picturing it in my head is like a baby's belly button.
Umbilical cord.
Yeah.
But those fall off too.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Umbilical nipples.
Yeah.
Nobody wants those.
Umbilinip.
Looks like
Fall off.
Prune.
You'll have, no nipples. If you've had a nose job, there's a good chance that your surgeon stuffed cocaine up your nose. So you've done coke. Sometimes.
Have you ever heard of that?
That is.
Why, to clear passages or something?
They use cocaine for rhinoplasty. I had never heard that before either.
I feel like people who get nose jobs have probably done coke on their own, right?
Hey, can you fix my deviated septum? Yeah, but rhinoplasty is different than fixing your deviated septum or whatever. I mean,
Oh,
if
it's
you're
getting
a
new
nose
nose.
job, yeah. I guess I didn't know the cocaine was still being used at all.
Medicinally.
Medicinally, yeah.
Right.
Because you don't want to be constricts everything. You don't want to be bleeding from your nose. Obviously, you don't want to exacerbate that problem.
Coke. Sometimes plastic surgeons insert pig skin from pigs, into breasts to help reduce complications from breast implants.
This is what it looks like. Pigskin.
Yeah, so, a lot of booby and nose stuff there, but if you've ever had the reduction and you smoked and you had the black nip, that's no good. If you ever had the addition, if you ever had the enhancement, pigskin.
Footballs.
Footballs.
They just put them in there.
Pork rinds. Why are your boobs so crunchy? Well, they put pork rinds in there. Is that SOP? Do they normally do that? Or?
It's keto. You
Laces out.
It's keto. Pork rinds. I love people on keto that mow on pork rinds.
Pork rinds are good. Dude, I'm like 10 days into this counting macros, and I'm like, man, I want pork rinds. I want Twix. I want all of it.
I didn't realize anyone ever wanted pork rinds.
I don't care what it is. I just want something bad for me.
Oh.
Yep.
But big picture, think of the good you're doing for yourself. I know. Good you're doing for yourself.
I'll eat my flax seeds.
Just because you want to get back into your cheerleading outfit for Halloween.
Yeah. We don't get to keep them. But yeah, sure. That reason.
You don't get to keep them? You don't have an old cheerleading outfit?
You have to give them back.
Trophies.
Really?
Underwear.
Yeah.
You can't say, I lost mine.
No.
Oh.
You have to pay for it.
But you could buy a cheerleading outfit.
Yeah, you could.
Right. You got to give them back.
Gotta give them back.
What if you were to irretrievably soil it? Would they want it back?
Oh, boy. You probably have to pay for it.
What if you had no bloomers?
I don't know.
Man, those skirts are short enough that you're not really hitting anything on the skirt.
You could throw up on it.
Yeah.
What if you saw to it that you hit something on the skirt?
Well, yeah,
You got it all over the place. I mean, that's a long way to go to get to keep your cheerleading outfit.
When you could just buy it outright. Like
Yeah,
if you,
you
wanted to
could
just
pay
buy
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could pay for it and keep it, but you don't just get to keep it.
Or you could buy it from them.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. How much
They're
would
not
that
cheap.
cost?
They're a couple $100.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
You got $350 million. I mean,
do.
You know. Alan, if I won $350 million, I would go to random gas stations, tell them to turn on the pumps, and that every customer the next hour is free on me. Like you're buying a round of gas tanks.
That's cool.
For everybody.
And then Poundcake shows up and he's like, $10. That's all I want.
That's all. That's all I do.
Dude, we'll let you fill up your tank for free.
Nope,
$10. $10. Whatever I can get for $10, whether it be a gallon or two.
All right. Well, it's nice to know that there are people who want
to be generous.
Want to be nice. Yeah. Alan, I had a breast reduction and smoked. My mom berated me every day about the possibility of black nipples. P.S. My nipples are just fine. Love, Kim. Well, good to know. You hear that, guys? Or ladies?
Kim's nipples are
Kim's
fine.
nipples are just great.
Guess we'll just have to take your word for it, Kim.
Yeah, thanks for no pictures.
Prove it.
Yeah. Alan, I had LASIK 20 years ago, and they used Coke to numb your eyes. They didn't use cocaine when I got my LASIK.
That you know of.
I guess I missed out on that window of opportunity. Plenty of Berea cheerleading uniforms were tossed when they tore down the school.
Oh.
Mary could have had her choice. But you're talking about college, I assume. Or were you
Either.
talking about high school?
I wasn't talking about anything. You brought up the uniforms.
Yeah, I was just curious about what the process was for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give them back.
I mean, we had to give back our wrestling headgear.
Ew.
And our singlets.
Just the term headgear.
Well, I mean, you know, we didn't want the cauliflower ears.
Yeah.
I think that that's probably in no small part why I ended up having a career in radio. I so enjoyed my ears
Just the
being
way it
covered.
felt.
Oh, and this way, nobody pins me. I don't have to put anybody in a fireman's carry. Sure, from time to time, I'll do it in the hallway recreationally with a salesperson if the mood strikes, but I'm not required to.
No weigh-ins.
No, that's right. No, nothing.
Your ears remain uncauliflowered.
Yes, my ears look great. I've spent my whole adult life with my ears covered.
But I'm the weirdo for tucking them into a hat. Okay.
Is cauliflower ear pizza keto friendly?
I think so.
Only if there's pork rinds on it.
If it's pork
For
ear.
that crunch.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta go. They're allegedly gonna be playing a ball game, so. 13 people shot at a Kroger store near Memphis.
Perfect.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll leave on that note. What do you have coming up, William?
This Saturday, I'm going to be at Pull Apart in Cleveland. You can go to WMMS.com to get the details. I'll be giving away some prizes. You just have to show up. You don't even have to spin a wheel to win. If you show up, you get a prize. And that's from 12 to 2 at Pull Apart in Cleveland. Like I said, on WMMS.com, you can get all the details under the calendar page. And then new episode of the Bill Squire Show tonight at 9. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Lynn?
I'm doing a new offer where if you buy me a house, I'll give you $1 million. When you have to buy the house first, and in the current market, wherever I want. But when I am a millionaire, I will give you $1 million. DM
It's an
me.
IOU.
Yeah,
A big IOU.
Yeah, DM me at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram for more details.
Very
That's
nice.
it.
All right, and you're out tomorrow, yeah?
I'm out. I'm in
Yeah.
Pittsburgh tomorrow, Iron Horse Theater. But the house thing.
Focus on the house thing, all right? Whatever you do, focus on that. Poundcake?
Radio with Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. Anything you missed, the podcast is available. The show's available for you on iHeartRadio. And The Weekend Cox also is as well. That's coming up again Sunday morning. Live at MMS 8 to 10 is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. And then I will meet you downtown Sunday morning starting at 10:30. It's 2 hours before kickoff for all of the Browns home games. It's the Cox Out pregame at the Ivy, which is at Wessex and Lakeside with Bud Light. It's a blast. Love to see you down there for game day on Sunday. And what else? Anything you need to tell us that you didn't get to, you can always leave a message on the After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903. And the Tribe game is next. Second